system will notify you once you begin your broadcast. The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Amy Hammond is going to be presenting the multifamily direct loan training. Before we get started, we are going to go over a few housekeeping items. Also, please note this webinar is being recorded and will be posted to our YouTube channel for future listening. So to the right of your screen, you're going to see a control panel, and it will automatically collapse during the course of this presentation. To open it, you'll just select the orange arrow. There is a way to keep it up the entire time, and I'm not sure how to do it, so if you figure it out, shoot me a question so I can write it down. Let's see. So when you open your control panel, you can select whether or not you want to call in or use your call in using the dial-in number or use your computer's audio. If you choose to once you select the phone option, go to webinar, we'll show you a phone number and access code. Use this information to call in. If you hang up and wish to call in again, you may need to wait for a few minutes so that the system recognizes that you are no longer logged in and allows you to complete your call. If you hang up and call back in right away, you might get a busy signal or some other error. Also, if you called in for the webinar with the dial-in number but did not register online, you will not be able to participate. You must use the link to register if you want to ask questions. If you're having issues with your computer microphone, you can choose the sound check button and the audio control to help you troubleshoot. If you have any questions during the presentation, please submit your question using the questions box, and just be sure to include your name and your question. So how this is going to go is questions, Amy will pause and we will kind of ask questions at that time. So don't be hesitant about asking a question and just typing it into the questions box and we'll get it answered for you. I'm going to hand this over to Amy Hammond.
Good morning, everybody. Just a few more housekeeping issues. Of course, I am presenting from my home and I do not live by myself, so there will be people going in and out of the door that is directly behind these closed doors behind me, so you may hear or see movement. And I also have a dog who is fairly quiet, but occasionally feels like she has something to say, especially when my son returns from football, which will happen in about an hour. So we may hear her speaking as well. A couple other housekeeping issues that I want to talk about is throughout this presentation, we have some polls that Renee will launch when we get to learning points throughout the presentation. So interacting with those is a great way to let us know if you're understanding the material or if we need to spend more time on it. In addition, this presentation has a handout component. On your dashboard, there is a handout section that is in PDF form. You're welcome to open that and print that, or you can open it, it is in PDF, and you will be able to take notes right on the edit PDF version. However you want to do it, or you can open it, save it to your desktop, and reference it later if you need to. So I guess let's get started with multifamily direct loan training. Of course, presentation is not amazing. Okay, here's our contact information. If you need to contact TDHCA for any reason, our physical address is located in Austin, Texas on East 11th Street. You're welcome to come visit us at any time. Currently, there's not a whole lot of staff there. We're operating at about 25% staff at the department, so there's not a whole lot of people to visit. Most of us are still working remotely. If you need to mail us something, you would mail to our P.O. box in Austin, Texas, but these days we don't do a whole lot in person or through mail. We do most of our stuff through our website, which is right there as well. And the one thing I like to say in all my trainings when we start with the website is if you leave this training and feel overwhelmed by the amount of information that you've received, that website is going to be your best friend. Everything is on that website. You will find other training available there. Our YouTube channel I don't think a link to our YouTube channel is there, and I wish we would have added one to this website, but we'll see if Renee or Wendy can't put that link in the chat box for you all. Our YouTube channel has a bunch of training available. There's also income and rent limits, our compliance monitoring rules, multifamily direct loan rules. Everything is located on our website, and so there is a wealth of information available there. So what are these multifamily direct loan programs that we're going to talk about today? When we talk about the multifamily direct loan programs at the department, we are talking about the Home Investment Partnership Program, or what we refer to as the HOME program, our Tax Credit Assistance Program repayment funds. Now, I want to pause here and mention that some of you may have regular tax credit assistance program, which is called TCAP. These are the repayment funds from that TCAP. So TCAP funds were created as gap funding to assist the housing tax credit program during the housing crisis. And so to comply with the TCAP regulations, you would follow your land use restriction agreement, Section 42 of the Internal Revenue Code, and Chapter 10 of the Texas Administrative Code. Now, TCAP RF, the repayment funds, are the repayment funds from that gap funding. And what we have done at the department with these gap funding repayment funds is we are using those as our home match funds. So to comply with the regulations, if you have the Tax Credit Assistance Program repayment funds, then you would comply with your land use restriction agreement, the home final rule, not Section 42, and Chapter 10 of the Texas Administrative Code. So that's the difference between regular Tax Credit Assistance Program, which is no longer available, but some people still have this funding, and the repayment funds from that funding are being used at the department as our home match as a PJ, and so therefore the Tax Credit Assistance Program repayment funds will follow the multifamily direct loan rules. Neighborhood Stabilization Program, or NSP, and the National Housing Trust Fund Program. And again, this one needs a little bit of clarification. The National Housing Trust Fund Program is a little bit different. Some of you may have what we call Housing Trust Fund, or HTF funding. That is state Housing Trust Fund. The State Housing Trust Fund is funded through the State of Texas General Revenue. So to comply with the regulations, if you just have a regular State Housing Trust Fund, you would follow your land use restriction agreement and the Texas Administrative Code. The National Housing Trust Fund is federally funded. And so to comply with this, you need to follow all the regulations within your land use restriction agreement, all of the federal guidance, and Chapter 10 of the Texas Administrative Code. So the Tax Credit Assistance Repayment Funds and the National Housing Trust Fund have similar programs with different rules. So you need to make sure that you are following the correct program. TCAP RF and National Housing Trust Fund do fall under the multifamily direct loan program. Today, we're going to follow just the same type of routine as we would follow in any other training. We will take a break this morning. We will take a break again this afternoon. We will have break for lunch. Again, as Renee talked about, please, if you have any questions, use the question box. Wendy Quackenbush is with us, and Renee Norad, and they are going to help facilitate through those questions while I do the presenting. And we will conclude somewhere around 4 p.m., if not a little bit earlier. Also remember that handout is available on the handout section of your dashboard. So you have the ability to print out the handout.
Hey, Amy.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. So Jordan Raymond was kind enough to tell us about how you can unhide the auto collapsing of the control panel. So if you go to the View tab, when you click on View, you should be able to uncheck the auto hide the control panel. So that would keep it open during the whole time. So in case you wanted to know. All right, that was it.
Thanks, Renee. So today we're going to go over an overview of our multifamily direct loan programs. We're going to talk about income and rent limits with our multifamily direct loan programs, utility allowances, fees and rents, your land use restriction agreements, written policies and procedures, eligibility and students, recertifications, adjusted income, lease requirements and compliance rules, and finally, compliance monitoring, what happens when we come out to monitor for these multifamily direct loan programs. Some of the documents we're going to reference today, you may wonder, where can I find those? I've never heard about that. How do I get a copy of it? And so we put together this slide to let you know what these documents are and where you'll be able to find them. We're going to talk about the Notice of Funding Availability, or your NOFA, and this is available on the TDHCA website. So whenever any of this funding becomes available, the NOFA, along with the multifamily direct loan rules, will outline the scoring, the threshold, and any other requirements for applying for these multifamily direct loan funds. Any questions about this NOFA or your multifamily direct loan rules, you're going to contact Andrew Sinnott at the department. Right now, that's who you will contact, but Andrew will be leaving us shortly, so there will be another contact. But again, our website will have all the contact information for anybody involved in multifamily direct loan funding. Your land use restriction agreement, you need to make sure you have a copy of your land use restriction agreement. Your owner should have a copy. Your management company should have a copy. If you don't have a copy on site, you need to make sure you have one on site. There should be one available in the CMTS attachment system if you have access to the compliance monitoring tracking system. And if all else fails and you cannot find it, please contact TDHCA. We should have a copy of your land use restriction agreement. Your written policies and procedures, again, you should be able to obtain a copy either from your owner, your management, and a copy should be held on site. TDHCA will not always have a copy of these written policies and procedures, but you need to make sure they are maintained on your development. So that's it, just for a few housekeeping and brief cap of what these programs are and the documents that we're going to reference. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the overview of these programs. For home and the TCAP RF, which again is the Tax Credit Assistance Payment or Tax Credit Assistance Program Repayment Funds, they are monitored with the regulations in 24 CFR Part 92, the Home Investment Partnership Program Final Rule, and the Texas Administrative Code Title 10, Chapter 10. The Neighborhood Stabilization Program is monitored through 24 CFR Part 570, the Neighborhood Stabilization Program Rules, the Texas Administrative Code Title 10, Chapter 10. The National Housing Trust Fund Program is monitored through 24 CFR Part 93, the Housing Trust Fund Interim Rule, and the Title 10 of the Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 10. The home program has 4 functions, something we like to point out when we talk about the home program. The home program has 4 functions. In this training, we're only covering home rental program. As the PJ for the Neighborhood Stabilization Program, we have adopted some, but not all of the home requirements, and we will be covering those in this training. And the National Housing Trust Fund Program is a newer program. It currently is operating under an interim rule and is very similar to the home program final rule with some minor differences. Our multifamily direct loan programs are designed to produce affordable units for extremely low, very low, and low income households. And if certain compliance requirements are not met with these multifamily direct loan funds, you could be responsible to repay the department. So you need to make sure that you have property standards that are decent, safe, and sanitary. Your income is restricted, your rents are restricted to that extremely low, very low, and low. And the multifamily direct loan programs are usually layered with other funding sources. And when we talk about layered funding, we are trying to really convey that you need to treat each layer of your funding as its own compliance. So if you have home and tax credit, for example, layered together, you want to make sure that file, if you're moving in a household into a unit that has both tax credit funding and multifamily direct loan home funding, you want to make sure that your household qualifies under the tax credit program. And then you want to take off your tax credit hat and put on your home hat. And you want to make sure that that file, that household also would comply with all regulations within the home program. So layered funding usually requires two different types of compliance to look at. So there is a timeline with our multifamily direct loan programs. TDHCA will publish our Notice of Funding Availability, or our NOFA. Your application is then submitted for the multifamily direct loan funds. The application goes through an underwriting and application review. A commitment is issued to those applications that are approved by the board. The pre-closing requirements are met. The loan closing and the land use restriction agreement is recorded. The review plans and specs are, we review your plans and your specs. The mid-inspection, construction inspection is conducted. Then final construction inspection is completed. You get your final draw request, and then compliance monitoring is initiated. The multifamily division has done some webinar training, and that is on our website, that go over the different functions and requirements within this timeline. So I do recommend that you visit their website and look at their requirements within some of these timelines. Once your project is completed, the completion for rental means that all the construction work is completed and the property standards have been achieved. The final draw for your multifamily direct loan funds has been distributed, and your rental units are available for occupancy and marked vacant in IDIS. IDIS is a home program software, and TDHCA is the one who marks the units available within the software. Excuse me, foggy this morning. All three of these phases must be completed to document the completion of the rental project. And this date is important because it impacts compliance issues and deadlines to lease those home units. We're going to talk about the deadlines to begin leasing home units when we talk about your land use restriction agreement. So this begins that clock. This generally happens before leasing starts, and all phases are tracked within our multifamily division for each project. So there are some key players involved in our multifamily direct loan programs, and we're going to go over each of those key players and their roles. The first key player would be the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, or TDHCA, and it is our job to provide the multifamily direct loan funds for our multifamily rental properties. We publish those notices of funding availabilities. We publish the multifamily direct loan rule, which is located in the Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 13. We publish the Uniform Multifamily Rules, which are located in Title 10 of the Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 10. And we publish the Compliance Monitoring Rules, which are located in the Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 10, Subchapter F. We monitor the multifamily direct loan rental developments through the Compliance Division. We provide technical assistance and training, and we are responsible for reporting to HUD on these programs. If you need to find the multifamily direct loan rules, the multifamily rules, or the compliance monitoring rules, there's several ways that you can do it on our website. One of the first ways that you can do it is on the left-hand side of our homepage. You'll see TDHCA rules, and that has all of our rules. So you would be able to find Chapter 13, Chapter 10, and Subchapter F of Chapter 10, all located there. If not, you can go to the multifamily page on our website to find Chapter 10 and Chapter 13, and you could go to the compliance page on our website to find Chapter 10, Subchapter F. The next key player is HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and they establish all of the program requirements through their 24 CFR Parts 92 and 93. They release home buyers, which is the most ridiculous name for their new, like it's their updates, their newsletters, I guess. These are called home buyers. They release CPD notices, facts and frequently asked questions. They publish the income and rent limits. They publish the technical guides, and they monitor the participating jurisdictions, or the PJs. The TDHCA is a PJ, so we are a participating jurisdiction. The next key player would be the owners. They provide the affordable units. They are responsible for maintaining those property standards, maintaining documentation to evidence compliance with all of the requirements. They establish the written policies and procedures, and it is their responsibility to report to TDHCA. So any questions about the overview or anything else about our multifamily direct loan, where to find anything about the website before we talk about income and rent limits?
There are no questions.
Okay, then we will move on to income and rent limits with our multifamily direct loan funds. The income limits are published by HUD annually. They are established by your county or your metropolitan statistical area, MSA, and they are based on your household size. The rent limits are by county or MSA. They are applicable to each program. They are based on unit size, and there is a gross rent floor that is established. This is the maximum amount of rent that can be collected, and it says that it will never be less than the rent limits that were in effect at the time your project was committed. Project commitment is an actual document that is executed between the department and the owner. So you will know that date as the date of that project commitment document. Income and rent limits. The rent limits are adjusted for tenant-paid utilities, so you do have a utility allowance for your multifamily direct loan programs. The rent increases may be provided at lease renewal, so you will increase rent at lease renewal. Rent increases require a 30-day written notice for our multifamily direct loan programs, except for National Housing Trust Fund. Additionally, additional rent restrictions may apply. The rent limits are also adjusted for subsidies such as Section 8 and tenant-based rental assistance. So unlike some of our other programs, our multifamily direct loan programs include the rental subsidy. And the rent limits must be restricted at or below the limits outlined within your land use restriction agreement. If you have home funding, an annual review of your home rents, if you were committed funds after August 23rd, 2013, is required. The Asset Management Division at the department will be the ones who will look at and annually approve or disapprove these rents. They must be submitted no later than July 1st each year in accordance with the rule. You have to provide a current rent roll and your department-approved utility allowance. The review process is completed within 30 days, and a signed letter will be provided to the owner and uploaded in the compliance monitoring tracking system. So multifamily direct loan income limits are not subject to being hold harmless provision, which means your limits can go up and can go down. Let's take a look at our income and rent limit tool and how to use it for our multifamily direct loan funds. HUD publishes these home rent limits annually, and these limits remain in effect until the HUD publishes, again, the annual update for their home limits. Any changes to these rent limits for other programs do not affect the home program. So when the housing tax credit program or the bond program, when their limits change, that doesn't necessarily mean the home limits have changed. That is why it's important to use the tool that is provided on our website and to use it correctly. So let's walk through each of the steps for completing the income and rent tool. Step 1 talks about choosing the county in which your project is located. Remember, we said that our income limits are based on your county or your metropolitan statistical area, your MSA, so you need to enter the county. Every county in the state of Texas is available on our drop-down menu. You can also type into the first box. The second instruction is to locate your place. Not every place, it's called a place because not every place in Texas is a town or a city, or there's villages, there's townships, there's all kinds of different things. So you need to find your place. If your place is not listed, you need to select not listed. You need to select your financing. So you need to select if you're looking for a home or the Tax Credit Assistance Program repayment funds. They will be using the same income limits. You'll see there that Neighborhood Stabilization Program and National Housing Trust Fund each have their separate financing. So you need to run this for each financing type you have. So if I have National Housing Trust Fund and tax exempt bonds, I would run it twice. Once for my tax exempt bonds and a second time for my National Housing Trust Fund program because they probably do not have the same income limits. The next step is you're going to select your land use restriction date, your LURA date. But for your home program, your Neighborhood Stabilization Program, or National Housing Trust Fund program, you're going to select NA. Your LURA date, again, it's going to be the same as the above. And again, for your home program, Neighborhood Stabilization Program, or National Housing Trust Fund, you will select NA. Part 6 will talk about for the home and the NSP programs, it'll have these new lease and lease renewals. If you have new leases or lease renewals, there will be an on or before date or an on or after date. And when you select that, you will see that the rent limits will have different limits. So this affects the rent limits. Once you have completed all of those steps, you will have a completed income and rent tool. You will notice the income and rent tool provides income limits from 30% to 60% and then another 80%. And it provides rent limits from 30, 40, low, and high. You want to make sure you are only selecting the area median income limits that apply to you. If you don't have 30%, then you don't use the 30% line. And again, you want to select the rent limits that only apply to your program. So when we're talking about home and the Tax Credit Assistance Program repayment funds, TCAP RF, the income limits will always apply to the units that are assisted with those fundings, even if you have funding from another source. So again, when we're looking at layered programs, we need to make sure they qualify under the income limits for every program that we're going to apply to this unit that household is moving into. So we need to look at all of the income limits. A lot of times we will hear at the department, well, I just use the most restricted. and you feel like you're being safe using that most restrictive. And in some cases, it seems like, of course I would be safe if I use the most restrictive income limit or the most restrictive rent limit. But you can find yourself in trouble in a lot of different areas. In rent, you have to think about the fact that you're also including that Section 8 payment for the home program. And you have to think about the fact that some of the most restrictive student rules don't transfer over to each program well. So it is best to treat each program separately. So make sure that your household qualifies for the income and rent limits for the home and TCAP RF program. At no time may a brand new household member that is moving into a home or a TCAP RF assisted unit have income greater than 80%. So the highest area median income for the home or the TCAP RF program is your 80% limit. If your applicant's income is greater than the home or the TCAP RF income limit, they cannot move into that unit. The limits for the home and TCAP RF program are set federally at very low income, or the 50%, or low income, which are the 80%. Now, you could have a home land use restriction agreement that has some 60% in it, and that is an additional rent and occupancy restriction. Federally, you will see these programs operating at 50 and 80. Your Neighborhood Stabilization Program, or NSP program, again, you want to run the tool and make sure that you are applying the limits to any unit that is going to be assisted with a household and that qualifies for the Neighborhood Stabilization Program. Again, even if you are layered with other funding sources, look at each funding source and make sure your household qualifies for each source. At no time may a brand new household member under the Neighborhood Stabilization Program have income greater than 50%. If they do, they cannot occupy a unit that is set aside for the Neighborhood Stabilization Program. The Neighborhood Stabilization Program is going to operate at a 50% AMI. That is going to be the income limit for your Neighborhood Stabilization Program. National Housing Trust Fund, again, you're going to want to run that tool and make sure you are applying the income limits for your National Housing Trust Fund program. For the National Housing Trust Fund program, an assisted unit cannot have income greater than 30% of the area median income. So you cannot move in a household that exceeds that 30% limit. The limits for the National Housing Trust Fund program are the extremely low income limits, or the 30%, or families with incomes at or below the poverty line, whichever is greater. TDHCA's income tool does this comparison for each area, and so we would have the correct limit in the tool. So if you use the tool correctly, you will be using your correct income limit for your National Housing Trust Fund program. So I think we have our first poll, right, Renee? Is this our first poll?
Yes, ma'am. I will launch it right now.
Okay, so she's going to launch the poll, and it says, when HUD releases annual income limits, can the limits decrease from last year? And how are we doing, Renee?
Only 55% have voted. Well, now it's moving up.
Okay.
I think it stops after 1 minute. I'm not 100% confident in my answer. Oh, it does go after 1 minute. Let me know when you want me to close it, Amy.
You can close it whenever. I can't see it, so whenever you're ready.
All right, I am going to close the poll right now. Only 69% have voted.
Okay. Oh, And look at what it does to my thing.
Yeah.
Well,
Did it not work?
sorry, I didn't realize that that was going to do that. Okay, our options are no, that's not fair. Yes, HUD does not hold multifamily direct loan limits harmless, or they may decrease, but it's up to the owner if they decide they want to implement them. I didn't see the results of the poll, but I hope most of you picked yes. HUD does not hold multifamily direct loan limits harmless.
That was 86% of the vote.
Wonderful. So most of you got that right. Great job. Okay, any questions about income and rent limits before we move on to utility allowance, fees, and rent? Okay, I don't hear anything from Wendy or Renee, so I'm going to move on with utility allowance, fees, and rent. Utility allowances. Utility allowances are always the hardest thing for us to monitor. They seem to be the trickiest, the most complicated, and the most areas of non-compliance. But with our multifamily direct loan programs, they kind of should be very easy, because if you are going to include utilities paid by the resident, if they are paid directly to the provider, or if they are paid to or through the owner of the building. Phone, cable, and internet are never considered in the utility allowance. The HUD Multifamily Notice H2015-4 talks about when you have federal funding through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development or United States Department of Agriculture Rural Development, USDA, then all of the rents restricted in that building is applicable to this notice, and the approved methodology is described in the home fires, which means anybody who has federal funding under these programs has to use the utility allowance calculated for that program. So what does this mean? I think we have our next poll, which I hope it doesn't do this whole, I'm going to remember I'm on slide 36 if it does. If a multifamily direct loan development is layered with USDA rural development funds through rural housing, what utility allowance must they use? Our options are the utility allowance established by the department, the utility allowance established by Rural Housing Services, or any utility allowance the owner wants to use. And it looks like Renee has launched the poll.
Hey, Amy, after I close the poll, I'll share the poll and that'll show the results to the screen. I forgot to do that earlier.
Okay.
I'll give just a few more seconds. Okay, I'm going to close the poll and I'm going to share the poll.
Okay, it looks like 75% of you said the utility allowance established by, oh, that's okay. Oh, wait, I just hit that. It just says resume. Okay, so the utility allowance established by RHS. You are all correct. That is the utility allowance that must be used. I don't know why my thing keeps doing that. So if you do have rural housing services, then you understand exactly what this is. Rural Housing Services, USDA, 515, they have a lot of programs under a lot of different names, but they establish your utility allowances usually through your budget review, and you'll get approved letter from them that will show you your approved utility allowance and the effective date. This is your utility allowance for any building that has a rural housing service unit in it, and that is the effective date of that utility allowance for all units. So you must apply it in this example, by January 1st for all units within that building. If you have a multifamily direct loan development layered with project-based Section 8 funds through HUD, what utility allowance must you use? Any of the methodologies in the Texas Administrative Code, the utility allowance established by Rural Housing Services, or the utility allowance established by HUD. And there is a poll that is available for this.
All right, 74% have voted. I'm going to close the poll and share it to the screen, Amy.
Okay, great. So we can see that most of you, all of you, got this right. The answer is the utility allowance established by HUD. So HUD is the one who establishes the utility allowance for any of their project-based Section 8 funds. And again, if you have a HUD program like project-based Section 8, this is what your utility allowance will look like. You will get it through HUD. They usually approve it annually. It will have an effective date, and it will list your utility allowances. Again, all the utility allowances for that entire building, if it has one unit that is funded through Housing and Urban Development, then or project-based Section 8, then all of the units in that building must use this utility allowance effective for the date that HUD says. So on 10/1, all units had to apply this utility allowance. If your multifamily direct loan property does not participate in one of the federal housing programs found in that notice, such as Section 8 or rural housing development, then, and you have an application with our multifamily division to receive multifamily direct loan funds, here are some of the things you need to know. If TDHCA is your awarding PJ, then 10.614 allows for you to request any of the methodologies except for the Public Housing Authority. So you can use any of the other 4 remaining methodologies, which we're going to talk about. If the application has multifamily direct loan funds from another department or another PJ, then the department will require you use the utility allowance approved by that department or that PJ. So for example, if you have home funds through the City of Austin and not through TDHCA, then we will require you to get a utility allowance from the City of Austin. If your application includes multifamily direct loan funds from another PJ, where the applicants are required to request in writing the approved utility allowance from that awarding jurisdiction. So you need to make sure that whoever awards your multifamily direct loan funds is the one who is going to issue you your utility allowance. So for buildings that are not funded by any of those federal funds in that notice, so no rural housing services, no Section 8, RAD falls under that notice, public housing, so there's a lot of HUD programs that fall under that notice. But if you have buildings that do not fall under that notice, the following methods are available during the affordability period. So you can choose to use the HUD utility schedule model, the written local estimate, the energy consumption model, or the actual use method, or agency estimate is the other name for that. If your request is not received by the department or to the departments, you have to request to use one of these methodologies by October 1st. Then the department will calculate your utility allowance for you. If we do this, we will use the HUD utility schedule model, and we will be using the 12-month rate only, and then we will issue you a utility allowance, and it must be implemented 30 days after the date of that letter. So you don't get the 90 days, it has a 30-day requirement. So the multifamily direct loan rules say that we are responsible to issue your utility allowance for your multifamily direct loan program. We give you the option to request to use any of these 4 methodologies if you do not have those home or those federal funds under the notice. However, if you do not request one, then by October 1st, we will calculate one for you. So let's talk about these 4 different methodologies. We have the HUD model. The HUD model sounds like it means that it came from HUD, but basically it didn't come from HUD. We're just using their model, how they calculate their utility allowances. And we use their form, which is on the HUD website. You would fill out each of the tabs that is on there, and then submit it for department approval. We review all of those numbers and then send you an approval letter and a schedule with the corrected or with the calculated numbers. If we have any differences in our calculations, you will be able to see it right there in that schedule. This must be displayed out to 2 decimal places and rounded to the next full dollar. For example, if your utility allowance ends up at $74.25, you must round to 75, never round down. The effective date for our HUD model schedule is 90 days after posting. That 90-day period begins as you enter the form date. So when you're filling out those tabs, there's a date called form date. That begins your 90-day process. So you don't want to fill in that date until you're ready to submit to TDHCA and post for annual review of utility allowances to your residents. You have to wait the full 90 days before you begin implementing, and the annual review must be done once a calendar year. Because it has to be done once a calendar year and you have that 90-day requirement, it must be submitted by October 1st each year. Again, if it is not submitted by October 1st, we will calculate for you and you would only get 30 days to implement. Written local estimate is exactly what it sounds like. It is a written local estimate from an energy provider, a residential energy provider. It cannot be from a commercial provider. It has to be from a residential energy provider. It must include all component charges, including all of the costs for heating, cooking, other electric and air conditioning, water heating, and all monthly component charges. And it has to be an estimate for units of similar size and construction in the same geographic area. It must be signed by that residential utility provider. You will submit this for review to the department. We will submit a letter to you acknowledging that you have met your owner's requirement to notify the department. And during your on-site review, the monitor will check to make sure that it is from a residential energy provider and includes all component charges and is for units of similar size and construction. The written local estimate also has a 90-day period. The effective date for this utility allowance is 90 days after the date of posting. You have to post a notice to residents of an annual review of your utility allowances. The 90-day period begins the date that you get the letter from the utility provider, so the date of your letter. You have to wait the full 90 days before implementing. And again, your annual review must be completed once a calendar year. You can do it anytime within the calendar year, but no later than October 1st. If you don't submit by October 1st, the department will calculate for you using the HUD model, and you will only have that 30 days to implement that utility allowance. The next available methodology is the energy consumption model. This is a energy consumption estimate that is done by a licensed mechanical engineer. Has to be completed by a licensed mechanical engineer and submitted to the department for review. We review it. If it meets all of the regulations outlined in 10.614, you'll get an approval letter from us with your numbers that should match the same numbers that came from your estimate. Again, you must post a notice to all residents, and that has a 90-day posting period. The effective date is 90 of that utility allowance is 90 days after posting. You have to wait the full 90 days. This 90-day period begins 60 days after the end of the last month of data that was collected. So you're going to collect 12 months of data, and 60 days after that last month is when your 90 days begins. Again, annual review of this methodology is required. If you can do it anytime within the calendar year. If you don't submit it to the department for review by October 1st, once again, we will calculate your utility allowance for you using the HUD model, and you will only have 30 days to implement. The actual use method, you will collect a bunch of data and submit it to TDHCA. We take that data and we do a calculation of your utility allowance and submit a letter of approval with your utility allowances in the letter. Because you don't have anything to post to your residents until we do the calculation, your effective date is 90 days following TDHCA's approval. So you have to wait for our approval letter to begin your 90 days. You do have to post notice to your residents and wait the full 90 days before implementing. And again, annual review has to be completed once a calendar year, anytime during the calendar year, but no later than October 1st. October 1st is because 90 days after October 1st, we're in a different calendar year. So no later than October 1st. If you do not submit by October 1st, we will calculate for you using the HUD model with that 30-day implementation. Can you change methodologies? So say right now you're using that written local estimate and you want to switch to the HUD model. You can. You have to get approval from the department to switch methodologies. Also, what if you're charging your residents for water and you want to start or stop charging for a utility? You can do that too, but again, you need to get approval from the department to either start charging or stop charging a utility. To get approval, you need to submit your request to the department by uploading to the department's compliance monitoring and tracking system. You're going to make sure you complete the utility allowance questionnaire and provide all backup based on any of the methodologies that you choose. Can you combine methodologies? You cannot combine methodologies for our multifamily direct loan program. You must use the same utility allowance methodology for the whole development. So we have our next learning point, and we're going to say a household residing within a multifamily direct loan unit is also a participant of a housing choice voucher program. Which is the applicable utility allowance for this household? Is it the utility allowance established by the department for the multifamily direct loan program? Is it the utility allowance established by the public housing authority that issued the housing choice voucher? Or is it the lowest of the utility allowances available? And it looks like
We're going to launch the poll.
Yeah.
I wanted to wait till you finish the question.
And while you're answering this question, one thing I like to mention about utility allowances that is not part of this presentation, but something I have noticed as a monitor and speaking to a couple fellow monitors in our last few reviews. Couple things to remember. If you have one multifamily direct loan unit within your building, your entire building is considered HUD regulated, and this is the utility allowance that is applicable for your entire building. So if you have tax credit and multifamily direct loan, do you need to have two different utility allowances? You can, you may, but you definitely, if you have a multifamily direct loan unit within that building, that is the only utility allowance that is available. In addition, once that utility allowance, that 90-day period of waiting to make it effective, that 90-day notice period is over and your utility allowance is in effect, it is in effect for every unit on your property. It is not in effect as they renew their leases. It is effective immediately for all units with multifamily or all buildings that have multifamily direct loan funding within them. So that's something to think about when you're working with your utility allowances.
All right, I'm just going to give a couple of seconds more on the poll. Only 60% of you guys have voted in the poll. Now 61%. Come on, just like 10 more votes. Oh, there we go. Yay.
Okay, now you
I'm going to close the poll and share the results.
So it looks like the majority of you said the utility allowance is, let me find my place again. Oh, right there. It is the utility allowance established by the Department for the Multifamily Direct Loan Program. So this one is tricky because some of our other funding, such as housing tax credit and bond, say if a person comes over with a housing choice voucher, then the utility allowance is the utility allowance established by the Housing Choice Voucher Program. This is not true for our multifamily direct loan programs. So every unit that has multifamily direct loan program must use the utility allowance established for the multifamily direct loan program.
Okay.
So if you, okay, whenever we do that, it like,
I'm sorry. I don't know why it's doing that.
it's okay. So if you have an application for a multifamily direct loan and you need a utility allowance to complete your application, so you will be required to establish a utility allowance to complete underwriting and your application. You need to submit your request to ua-application@tdhca.state.tx.us. You have to include the utility allowance questionnaire for applications, which can be found on our website under the compliance division in the utility allowance area. If you are not an application, if you are already established multifamily direct loan development, and you need to upload either for your annual review or to request to switch methodologies or start and stop a utility allowance charge, you need to upload directly to the development's compliance monitoring and tracking system account. And you need to make sure you are selecting utility allowance as your TDHCA contact. And in the type of there's a drop-down box that talks about what type of document you're uploading. Make sure you select utility allowance documents. If you upload to a specific monitor, there is a chance that your utility allowance could not be reviewed. For example, I do not review utility allowances. I try really, really hard throughout the day when I get notifications from CMTS to see what is it that somebody uploaded to me. Is it corrective action? Is it pre-on-site documentation? But sometimes I'm on travel. Sometimes I'm out of the office for other things. Sometimes I'm working on projects and I might not get to it right away. So you want to make sure you're using that TDHCA contact as utility allowance, and your type as utility allowance documents to ensure that it gets reviewed in a timely manner. Any questions about utility allowances? Because they're a pretty deep subject before we move on to fees.
There was one question, but it was Wendy answered it, but there are no other questions.
Okay, great. So we can talk about fees for our multifamily direct loan program. Multifamily direct loan developments have to get approval from their PJ to charge any non-standard fee. So you can charge an application fee. It must be reasonable. You can charge non-mandatory and customary fees, such as a fee for meals or bus services, if you have those. Fees for fees, we will review what type of fees you are charging during our monitoring reviews. And mandatory fees are considered rent, such as month-to-month fees. So that gross rent calculation that we're going to talk about will include a mandatory fee if you're charging things such as month-to-month fees, or you require a mandatory renter insurance, that would be a mandatory fee. Developments with multifamily direct loan funds cannot collect your application deposit or your security deposit until they actually sign their lease. So any unit that is designated under your multifamily direct loan program cannot collect any type of application or security deposit until they sign their lease. So we know that with the housing tax credit program and some of the other programs, the IRS has said that you should not collect it until you sign your lease. But we have at the department, we say if you do collect it and shortly thereafter turn it into the security deposit, shortly thereafter move in, we don't really see a whole lot of issue with that. But with multifamily direct loan, we do not have that wiggle room. You cannot collect that deposit until lease is executed or move-in has happened. So how do we calculate gross rent for our multifamily direct loan programs? It's tenant paid portion of rent, plus that utility allowance that we talked about, plus any of those mandatory fees that we talked about, plus any of that rental assistance. So any tenant-based rental assistance equals gross rent. Your gross rent cannot exceed and must be less than or equal to your multifamily direct loan rent limit for your bedroom size. Just like in those income and rent tools that we pulled up, it's going to pull your rent limits. So 10.622 is a new rule effective May 17th, 2020 for in the compliance monitoring rules. And this rule says that owners are not permitted to increase the tenant portion of rent more than once during a 12-month period, even if there are increases in the rent limits or decreases in your utility allowance, unless that household receives federal assistance covered by a federal housing program that requires such change, like the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program or the Section 811 program, where interim research are done, and that requires a change a lot of times in household rent. This is not a new rule, though, for our multifamily direct loan funds. Multifamily direct loan funds have always required no rent increase until the end of the lease term. So this is a little bit different than even the current rule for our other funding. For multifamily direct loan funds, you cannot increase that rent until the end of your lease term. So let's take a look at a couple examples of rent for each of our programs. Here we're going to take an example of this, look at an example of a home rent limit. Unit 2 has home and housing tax credit. The home is at 80% income and 80% rent, tax credit at 60% income and 60% rent. But we're only looking at the home, so we're going to take the tenant portion of rent, which is $1,386, plus the $95 utility allowance. They have no housing assistance payments and no rental assistance for a total rent of $1,481. Gross rent of $1,481 is equal to our current high home rent limit, which is what we would call that 80% designation, high home rent. For a 3-bedroom unit is $1,481. This is an example of compliance with the home rent limit. The home and the tax credit assistance program repayment funds for any of those additional rent and occupancy restrictions. Remember we talked about earlier when we talked about where federally the home and the tax credit assistance program repayment funds sit. They usually have area median incomes at 50 or 80. And I said sometimes you might see a 60, sometimes you might see a 40 or a 30. And these are additional rent and occupancy restrictions that were applied by the state or selected during the application process, part of the NOFA. Some reason they were added into the land use restriction agreement through the application process. If you do have these 40 or 30% additional occupancy restrictions within your home or your tax credit assistance program repayment funds, then there are 2 tests you have to do when it comes to rent. The first one is your tenant paid rent plus your utility allowance must be equal to or less than the 40% home rent limit. Then you have to test again and say, does my tenant paid rent plus my utility allowance plus my rent subsidy? So see, in the first test, we remove the rent subsidy and just look at tenant paid rent and utility allowance and look at the 40%. Then we do a second test and we say, let's look at tenant paid rent, utility allowance, and the rent subsidy, if any, and that must be equal to or less than the low home rent limit. So 2 tests must be done if you have an additional occupancy restriction. The same thing for your 30s. If you have a 30%, then you have to do 2 tests. The first is tenant paid rent and utility allowance, no rent subsidy below the 30. And then again, tenant paid rent, utility allowance, and any rent subsidy below the low home. So let's take a look at this TCAP RF rent limit at a 30%. So here we have a TCAP RF unit that has rent at $152 and a $54 utility allowance. And so we're going to do our 2 tests and a $600 assistance payment. So we'll do our 2 tests. The first test, we'll take tenant paid rent, $152, plus the $54 utility allowance equals $206. $206 is our gross rent, and it is less than the 30% 1-bedroom rent limit of $533. So we have passed the first test. The second test, now we have to add in our rent subsidy. So we take that $152 plus the $54 plus the $600 to get $806. $806 is equal to our low home rent limit for a 1-bedroom. So we have passed both tests for this TCAP RF 30% household. Let's take a look at the Neighborhood Stabilization Program. Here we have a Neighborhood Stabilization Program that is layered with housing tax credit. It is designated as a 50% for both, Unit 11. So we do, here we're only going to look at the Neighborhood Stabilization rent limit. Remember, you're going to have to make sure they qualify for both. So you're going to look at Neighborhood Stabilization and you're going to look at housing tax credit. In this training, we're only going to talk about Neighborhood Stabilization, but you need to make sure they also are rent restricted for the tax credit program. So we have tenant paid rent of $933 plus a utility allowance of $74 plus rental assistance of $0. They have no rental assistance. We have gross rent or total rent of $1,067, but our Neighborhood Stabilization rent limit is $967. So we have non-compliance with the Neighborhood Stabilization Program. Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 10, Subchapter F, and the Compliance Monitoring Rules, 10.622, we have special rules regarding rent and rent violations. If a rent is overcharged, to correct, you must reduce this rent and notify the household of the reduction, and you must refund. You cannot credit. It must be a refund check to the tenant for the total amount of rent that was overcharged. So every month that you overcharge this tenant rent, you have to calculate that out and cut them a check. If that household is already vacated, you must create a trust account, and it has to be established and remain open for 4 years. So you really want to be careful on overcharging rent. Let's look at the National Housing Trust Fund rent limit. Again, here we have Unit 16. It's layered with tax credit and National Housing Trust Fund. We're only going to take a look at that National Housing Trust Fund limit in this training, but again, you would want to make sure that they qualify for both. So we have tenant paid rent of $25, utility allowance of $54. We have some rental assistance of $454 for a total rent of $533. So our gross rent of $533 is equal to our one person 30% National Housing Trust Fund limit of $533. We are in compliance for the National Housing Trust Fund program. If a unit receives federal or state project-based rental assistance, so that USDA, RHS, RD, or project-based Section 8, RAD, any of those, if you have a federal project or state project-based rental assistance, and you are operating the multifamily direct loans under Home, TCAP RF, or National Housing Trust Fund, then your rent can exceed the limit if these 3 conditions exist. And all 3 must exist. So they have to receive that federal or state project-based rental assistance. The household's income limit cannot exceed the very low or 50% area median income. And the rent, the tenant portion of rent, cannot exceed 30% of the household's adjusted income. Which, if you are receiving these tenant-based rental assistance programs, your rent usually is based on 30% of that household's adjusted income. So let's take a look at a home rent with project-based Section 8. So we have a 3-person household income that moved in. Their income at move-in was $16,350. The very low home or 50% income limit is $42,600. So they are below the 50%. So they have met the first 2 requirements, right? They have project-based Section 8, so they have federal tenant-based rental assistance, and the household's income is below the 50%. The 2-bedroom low home rent limit is $967. And the 2-bedroom high home rent limit is $1,251. The household's 30% adjusted income equals a rent amount of $409. So we also now they've met the 3rd requirement. Their rent or their income, their rent is based on 30% adjusted household income. So $409 is the tenant paid portion of rent. Their project-based rental subsidy is $1,000 with a $90 utility allowance. So our tenant paid portion of rent, $409, plus that $90 utility allowance, plus our $1,000 rent subsidy equals $1,499. $1,499 exceeds our high home rent limit, but they have met the 3 stipulations, and this is acceptable and there's no non-compliance here. Any questions about fees or rents before we move on to land use restriction agreement?
Amy, a question did come in about application fees. When you were talking about, not being able to charge application deposits, you also had mentioned the application fee. So their question was, are you saying you can't collect an app fee until move-in, an application fee until move-in?
No. You can collect an application fee at the time of processing your application, and your application fee must be reasonable for a multifamily direct loan program. What you can't collect, some people call it the security deposit, some people call it an application deposit. You just can't collect any money but the application fee prior to move-in and execution of the lease. So whatever you want to call that other thing, holding fee, application fee, you can charge an application fee, application deposit or security deposit, none of that can be collected until move-in and execution of a lease. The only thing that can be collected is that reasonable application fee for our multifamily direct loan programs. Was that a little bit clearer?
Yes.
Okay, so I usually like to take our first break at about 10:30 since we start at 9, but we are at a great kind of break point. We're getting ready to enter a new module. So I think I'm going to break a little bit early. It's 10:16 right now. Let's do a 10-minute break, which brings us, I guess we can go till 10:30. Let's go till 10:30, which is a little less than 15 minutes, and then we will start with the land use restriction agreements. We're going to take a look at each land use restriction agreement for each of these programs and some of the caveats that you will find within them. If you have any other questions, put them in the question box. Other than that, we will be back at 10:30. I will start right at 10:30. Okay, it is 10:30 and I want to respect everybody's time, so I'm going to go ahead and get started again. Before we get started with our land use restriction agreement, was there anything, Wendy or Renee, that came up or anything that we need to go back and cover before we move forward?
No, Amy, no questions came in during the break, and you answered the question that did come in prior to, so we're good.
Okay, great. So we're going to go ahead and talk about the land use restriction agreement and we're going to look at a land use restriction agreement for all 4 of the multifamily direct loan programs that we're talking about today: Home, TCAP Repayment Funds, National Housing Trust Fund, and Neighborhood Stabilization Program. And each of the things that will be some of the things will be similar, and there will be some things that are slightly different, but it is great to look at each of them and kind of get an idea of the areas of the land use restriction agreement that are important to review to maintain compliance. So one of the first things that we're going to talk about is fixed and floating units. The one thing I want to point out when we talk about fixed and floating units is that it's the actual unit that is floating. So these designations are going to float all over your property. And when you think about fixed or floating, versus like some of our other programs have like a percentage of units that have to be low income within their building or something like this. These programs, these units float within the development, fixed or floating. So that's what we're talking about. Remember, your household designation always stays with the household. They are always a floating designation. But these units either are fixed or floating. Most of the properties of multifamily direct loans administered by TDHCA are floating. We do not have, I don't think, unless this has changed, Wendy would know better than I, but I don't think currently we have any fixed in our portfolio. But we could in the future, so it's good to always know what fixed and floating means. Fixed or floating units will be specified within your land use restriction agreement. If they aren't specified, then they are all considered floating. So if your land use restriction agreement is a little bit older and it doesn't specify that these units are fixed or floating, then you can assume that they are floating. They are considered floating. Fixed or floating designation is made at the time of project commitment and will be identified at the time of initial occupancy. So if you do have fixed in your land use restriction agreement, that will be identified during project commitment, and those units will be identified during lease up. The fixed units remain the same during the entire affordability period, while those floating units, they can change. They float around. Floating units change throughout the property because if a household moves out or a household becomes over income at recertification, the substituted unit must be of comparable size, features, and number of bedrooms. So that's why the majority of our portfolio are floating. So let's take a look at an example of home fixed. So here we have a 6-unit property with 3 units at 50 and 3 units at 80. So 101 is a 50, 102 is a 50, 103 is an 80, 104 is an 80, 105 is an 80, 106 is a vacant. 103 was an 80, came in recertified at $58,000. $58,000 is over the 80% limit. So this unit is now considered OI, or over income. There's still a qualified unit. You still keep them rent restricted. They just have an income designation of OI. Then unit 106 was vacant, and it should be occupied by a household that qualifies at that very low income, that 50%, because we need to maintain this development's required designations of 3 at 50, 3 at 80, and they're fixed in this example. Let's take a look at TCAP repayment funds if they're fixed. Here we have 1 unit at 30, extremely low income, unit 103. We have unit 104, which is a 40%. We have Unit 101 and 102 that are very low income, 50%, and Unit 105 and 106 that are low income, 80%. 106 is an 80% vacant. Unit 103, which was our 30%, recertifies at 49,560. 49,560 is over the 80% for a one-person household. And so now this household is still a qualified unit, but is considered OI. Unit 106 should be occupied by a household that qualifies as extremely low income, 30%. Because we need to maintain these developments' required designation. Let's look at a National Housing Trust Fund example. Here we have a National Housing Trust Fund, Unit 5, which moved in 2017 as a 30%. 2019, they recertified at 24,560, which is over the 30%. What do we do here? We keep them designated as, we keep them rent restricted at the 30. For the National Housing Trust Fund, we keep them rent restricted at the 30. For all of them, we're going to keep them rent restricted at their designation. So we have tenant paid rent of 507, utility allowance of 74, and a rental assistance of 0 for total rent of 581. So we are okay, and we can still count them as an eligible 30% National Housing Trust Fund unit. Let's look at National Housing Trust Fund that is with housing tax credits. So here we're looking at a layer. Unit 19 moved in 2018 as a 30% housing tax credit and a 30% National Housing Trust Fund. We have 3 units that are National Housing Trust Fund and tax credit layered with 30%, 1 unit that is a tax credit 50, and 2 units that are tax credit 60. When this household recertified in 2019, they recertified at $34,000. $34,000 is above the tax credit 30, but below the tax credit 60. So for our tax credit program, what do we do here? We keep them at 30, keep them rent restricted at 30. But for our National Housing Trust Fund, it is over the 30. So it is at, the 30% limit is 18,000. They recertified at 34,000. Oh, so what do we do here? Well, this is depending on your written policies and procedures about changes in income. Either you can do a couple of things. You can occupy Unit 20 because it is a vacant housing tax credit, 60%. You can occupy it with an eligible household that qualifies under the National Housing Trust Fund program and the tax credit program at that 30% level to replace 19. And then you would just change Unit 19's designation to 60%. Or you are going to, if your written policies and procedures do not address changes in income at recertification, you would just keep Unit 19 rent restricted at the 30% and maintain the 30% designation for both programs. So let's dig into each of these land use restrictions agreements. Those fixed and floating are pretty much going to operate the same in any of the land use restriction agreements. And like we said, the majority of ours are floating units. So they're going to float around. 92-252 says all home assisted units within 6 months following project completion. Remember, we talked about all of the steps to reach project completion earlier in this presentation. 6 months following project completion, all home assisted units must be occupied by income eligible households and meet all of the requirements. If not, then the PJ, which is TDHCA in this instance, must submit marketing information and potentially enhanced marketing plan to HUD. If the unit is not occupied by an eligible household within 18 months, the PJ must repay those home funds, and The effective for home funds, this is effective for any home funds committed on or after August 23rd, 2013. So any home funds committed after August 23rd, 2013 have to have all their home assisted units leased up within 6 months following project completion. If not, then the PJ, which is us, will have some requirements to HUD. If we have requirements to HUD, that means you also will have requirements to us so that we can meet those requirements to HUD. Within your housing or your home land use restriction agreement, you will find very low income. You will find definitions that will define different parts within your LURA. So these definitions I refer to all the time when I'm looking at a home LURA. For example, when you're looking at your occupancy requirements, here we have initial requirements that at least 4 units of the 50 qualified units, so we have 50 total home units on this development, 4 of them must be occupied by low-income families whose annual income does not exceed 80% of the area median income. So I know I have 50 total units. 4 of them are going to be income restricted. It doesn't say anything about rent yet. We just know 4 of them are income restricted at the 80% area median income. And at least 35 of those units, of those 50 qualifying units, must be occupied by low-income families whose annual income does not exceed 60%. And we know what that means. That 60% would be an additional occupancy requirement that was mandated through the application process. So out of our 50, 4 of them are going to be restricted at 80%. 35 of them are going to be restricted at 60%. And the remaining 11 of those 50 must be to very low income families. Well, what does very low income families mean? In our definitions, it's going to clearly spell out very low income families means 50% area median income. We all know that extremely low is 30%, very low is 50%, and low is 80% for our multifamily direct loans, but it's great to have this definition section. So many times I refer back and be like, let me just double check. Very low income is 50, not 30, right? So you want to make sure that those definition sections are used. So the home has a project rule that states if 5 or more home assisted units on the project, 20% if there are 5 or more home assisted units on the project, 20% of those home units must be occupied by households at or below 50%. So you always know if you have more than 5, at least 20% of your home units will be occupied by households at or below that 50% or very low income households. So those were the initial occupancy requirements. And then if we look right below those initial occupancy requirements, we see that there's long-term occupancy requirements. So why are there initial and long-term occupancy requirements? The program rule states that 90% of your initial tenants must be below 60%. And the PJ has the option to apply this for the full portability period or just for lease up. So you may see some home land use restriction agreements have matching initial and long-term occupancy requirements, and some of them change. And the reason why they change is because the home program rule says that at lease up, at your initial tenants, 90% of them have to be at or below 60%. But after that initial, then that can change. So here you'll see that the PJ or TDHCA has decided to keep those standards the same. Initial is the same as long-term. So we're still going to have throughout the entire affordability period after lease up 4 units at 80%, 35 at 60, and 11 at the 50. And remember, we're still just talking about income. We haven't got into rent yet. This land use restriction agreement, we're talking about income And then later in the land use restriction agreement, they talk about rent. And here it is. On this land use restriction agreement, we talk about rent. So here it says, all 39 qualifying units occupied by low-income families. So remember, sometimes we have to go back to those definitions. What is a low-income family? Or any unit, qualifying unit treated as home match, we're going to talk about home match in a little bit, must be rented at the high home rents. So all 39. So 39 would be those 80s and those 60s. Remember the 35 60s and the 4 80s? Those are our low income families. They all have to have rent at the high home rent. The remaining 11 very low income families, which we know is defined as the 50%, must be rented at the low home rents. So it's very important to read through the definitions and look at income and look at rent, because now I have 35 units that have to income qualify at 60%, but have to use the high home rents. Further, your land use restriction agreement is either going to have two sections when it talks about unit mix. It is either going to say that the owner is going to use its best efforts to distribute these units for low income, very low income, and extremely low income across all unit sizes. So you're going to distribute your units out evenly. So you're not going to have all of your 80% in your 3 bedrooms and your 30% in your 1 bedrooms. You're going to have them all spread out evenly. Or your land use restriction agreement could have a very specific unit mix. And if it does have a very specific unit mix, it will look like this, where it says 2 units at 689, 1 unit square feet, 1 unit at 680 square feet, 1 unit at 876, so on and so on. It'll break down all of your square footage and how many units you need at that square footage designation. And an important note about this is it has to be specific. So let's say you have 2 units at 689. You're meeting your first one. Then you have, say you have 2 units at 680, so you're meeting your second one. Say you don't have any units at 876, but you have 2 units at 954. So that you're kind of giving us an extra 954 square footage that you didn't have to give, but you don't have 1 unit at 876. You would have non-compliance there. They have to be exact. You would have to have 1 unit at the 876 and 1 unit at the 954. Even though you had 2 at 954 and you're giving us more square footage, it is very specific that you must follow the unit mix as prescribed in your land use restriction agreement. Uh-oh. I do not know why this keeps doing that. So your home alert, let's recap what we have here in our home alert. We know that we have 50 total units, that we have 11 of these units income and rent restricted at 50% is the income and low home, or 50% is our rent. We have 35 of them initially at lease up and in long term at the 60% income, but they must be rent restricted at that high home rent. We have 4 of them initially at lease up and long term at the 80%, but all 4 of them must be at high home rent. And then we have our unit type and our square footage and the number of units that have to be leased at that square footage. So we have a unit mix that must be met, and it has to be exactly these square footages. So that is our home land use restriction agreement. So let's talk about our Tax Credit Assistance Program Repayment Funds, or TCAP RF land use restriction agreement. TCAP RF has the same requirement that within 6 months following project completion, that your eligible households have to be occupying your unit, your TCAP RF units, and meet all your requirements. You can request to extend this 6-month period by an additional 6 months at the initial occupancy period, but you must accompany that request with some marketing information, a marketing plan, and you have to submit that to the department, and we submit it to HUD for final approval. Again, you're going to have initial occupancy requirements and long-term occupancy requirements. Remember, our Tax Credit Assistance Program repayment funds are going to match our home. They are going to they're going to be the exact same type of programs. You know, we're going to treat them exactly the same. They follow the same rules. So there's initial occupancy requirements that at least we have 50 qualifying units here, 96 total units on the property. 50 of them are restricted under the Tax Credit Assistance Program repayment funds. 40 of them will be occupied income-wise by low-income families that do not exceed 60%, and the remaining 10 will be by low-income families, very low-income families, which we know is defined right there in our definitions as 50%. And it looks like our long-term requirements match here again. So again, the PJ has decided to keep the long-term requirements the same as initial occupancy. Rent, again, you're going to look and it says all of your 40 qualifying units under your low-income families have to be rented to high home, and your 10 that are occupied by your very low-income families, your 50% have to be rented at low home. And then again, you're going to have 2 different options in your LURA. One of your LURA is either or. Your LURA is either going to say that the owner is going to use his best efforts to distribute units evenly across all designations, or you're going to have a specific unit mix. So again, to recap our tax credit assistance program repayment funds, you have 90 total units. 50 of them are designated under the TCAP RF program. 10 of them are income restricted at 50%. 40 of them are income restricted at 60%. We have 10 units that are rent restricted at low home. Those 10 50% income ones must be restricted at low home. And the 40 of the 60% income restricted are restricted at the high home limit. So again, here you have a 60% income limit and an 80% or a high home rent limit. And again, we have a unit mix that must be met exactly. You must have 8 one-bedroom units at 715 square feet. You must have 9 two-bedrooms at 910. You must follow this unit mix if it is outlined in your land use restriction exactly to maintain compliance. Your Neighborhood Stabilization Program land use restriction agreement, initial and long-term requirements are together. They are the same. So you have a 45 units that have to be within the Neighborhood Stabilization Program. 33 of them must be for 30% and 12 of them at 50%. Now remember, the Neighborhood Stabilization Program operates at that 50% level, so that 30% is an additional occupancy requirement that is in your land use restriction agreement. Your rent limitations for any eligible tenant at the 50% area median income or below, the max monthly rent, and here you'll see it says included tenant portion of rent, utility allowance, and rental assistance. All units occupied by eligible tenants at 50% or below must be rent restricted at that low home rent. And remember our rent table, when you pull up the income and rent tool, it's got the 30s, the 40s, the low, and the high. So you're going to know right away what your low home rent is because it's going to be under that low. So there's no unit mix regulation within this land use restriction agreement. So you just want to make sure that you have 45 NSP units distributed evenly throughout your property, 33 of them restricted at the 30% income limit, 12 of them restricted at the 50% income limit, and all 45 rent restricted at the low home. So again, you're going to have 33 units that have to income qualify at 30%, but their rent can be up to the low home rent. Your National Housing Trust Fund Land Use Restriction Agreement is going to have initial and long-term requirements. It also has that 6-month requirement. So 6 months following final draw of the loan, all program units must be leased to eligible households and meet all requirements. Here again, you can extend this up to 6 months with department approval. So this one also says that there are 16 program units for the National Housing Trust Fund at the extremely low income limit, or the 30%, are long-term matches. And again, you can always refer back to the definitions for what is extremely low if we don't work with this every day or we forget which one's low, which one's very low, which one's extremely low. Again, your rent is going to be in a separate section. That is just your income restriction. Here, your rent restriction says that it will not, which is again, tenant paid portion rent, utilities, or rental assistance, cannot exceed 30% of that federal poverty line or the 30% area median income. Remember, our tool does this calculation for you, so if you use our tool correctly, you will have the correct 30% limit to use. There also could be a unit mix in your National Housing Trust Fund. If there is, you need to follow it exactly. If not, you need to make your best effort to distribute those units across all unit types. So recap, we have 174 total units, but at the development, only 16 of those have to be restricted under the National Housing Trust Fund program. Of those 16, we are looking at income restricted at the 30%, rent restricted at the 30%, and we're going to follow our unit mix exactly as outlined within our land use restriction agreement. So that's each of them separately. Now we're going to talk about some of the things that could be the same within them. So special needs. So you could see special needs in any of the land use restriction agreements, home, National Housing Trust Fund, Neighborhood Stabilization, TCAP RF, any of the 4 programs could have a special needs requirement. If it does, it will outline how many of these units need to be available for persons with special needs. And in your definition section of your land use restriction agreement, it will outline what special needs means at your development. Now remember, a lot of people get confused with special needs versus accessible units. Accessible units are sticks and bricks features. They're actual units that have been modified to meet accessibility requirements, either for mobility or hearing and visually impaired. Special needs is an actual individual living within one of your units that meets the definitions within your land use restriction agreement. Each of the land use restriction agreements, your special needs definitions could change slightly, so make sure you review your definitions to ensure what your special needs definition is within your land use restriction agreement. And each of the land use restriction agreement is going to have a different percentage of units that need to be held for special needs individuals or made available for occupancy by special needs individuals. Also, your land use restriction agreement could talk about being elderly limitation or elderly preference. Elderly limitation means that you are operating under HOPA, Housing for Older Persons Act, and you are limited to assist elderly persons. Either you're going to be intended for occupancy for solely for persons 62 years age of older, or your intent to operate for occupancy where at least one person is 55 years of age or older. So that is elderly limitation. Or you could be elderly preference, where you're not under an age restriction per se. You can house elderly households with children. You cannot discriminate against elderly households with children. And that is the difference. You do have an age restriction, but you can allow children on your development. So that's the difference between elderly preference and elderly limitation. Elderly limitation, you are operating solely for the intent of housing elderly population under the Housing for Older Persons Act. Elderly preference means that there is no federal imposed age restriction and that you can include elderly households with children. Now we're going to talk about home match. When you have home funds, there is a need to match any of your non-federal funds with any of your federal funds with non-federal funds. So one way to demonstrate or meet this match requirement is to offer an additional unit that is not already restricted through your land use restriction agreement by your home fund. This is an additional set aside requirements. The newer land use restriction agreements, the department has added the match unit to the number of qualifying units. So if you have a newer land use restriction agreement and you have a home match requirement, we have added that additional unit to your number of qualified units. However, your older ones, you might have to add additional units under your home match. So pay attention to where you are. And if you have questions about whether your LURA falls into, it's already in my number of qualified units, or I need to add an additional units, contact the department. We'll take a look at your land use restriction agreement. We can talk to multifamily direct loan and look at a couple of the other areas to make sure that you have the exact number of units that you're supposed to have. The match unit is in addition to whatever the land use restriction agreement says about how many high or low home units this property needs to have. So in exchange for some financial considerations, they agreed to do more units under the program. It is a good practice to put your home match unit as a home unit on your unit status report. So if you're required to have this additional unit, you should designate it as such within your unit status report. If you are not, if you did not use a unit to match those federal funds with non-federal funds, then your home match eligible unit will say not applicable on your land use restriction agreement, just like in this example here. So here we have an example of one that has a home match and one that does not have a home match. And again, your definition section is going to outline what home match eligible unit means. So it means a unit that is not restricted under the home program, but it's going to have to qualify under 24 CFR as an additional unit by a family who does not exceed the 80% income. So here we have a learning point. So we're going to have another poll. You are leasing units at a brand new multifamily direct loan property with both market and low income units. The property is comprised of a total of 50 units, of which 25 of them are low income and the remaining are unrestricted markets. What unit should be leased first and why? Either A, any unit that I can because leasing is hard, market units because those bring in the money, or my multifamily direct loan units as my land use restriction agreement requires them to be leased within 6 months. So Renee will go ahead and launch that poll.
All right, I'm going to close out the poll. About 74% of you have voted in this poll, and I'm going to share those results.
Okay, it looks like most of you said the multifamily direct loan units as required to be leased first because they're required within 6 months, and that is the correct answer. So you want to make sure that you are leasing those multifamily direct loan units first because they do have that requirement. Next we're going to talk about CHODO, or Community Housing and Development Organization. So your land use restriction agreement may have a requirement to have a community housing and development organization. These are only going to be applicable to our home programs. So they're not going to be in our tax credit repayment funds or in our National Housing Trust Fund or our Neighborhood Stabilization. But your community housing and development organization is going to be a nonprofit that has an exempt ruling by the IRS and is certified by the department in accordance with the Home Final Rule and the Multifamily Direct Loan Rule as a community housing development organization. The department is going to monitor this requirement for any development funded after 8/23/2013, including your tenant participation plans. So this is going to be a monitoring requirement for any development that was funded after 8/23/2013 and has this requirement in your land use restriction agreement. So if you have a community housing and development organization, then the best way to look at this is I listened to this webinar and they broke it down so well that I wrote it down so that I remembered to say this. If you think of it as the acronym, then you're going to have success in complying with this requirement. So it has to be, one of the things you have to remember is independence equals it cannot be controlled by a for-profit. So it has to meet the following requirements. It has to have legal status and demonstrate independence, which it cannot be controlled by a for-profit. It has to be accountable to the low-income community, and it has to have capacity and experience within the housing world. So if we think of it as C for the community, it must be community-based with a focus of servicing the needs of a low-income community. H for housing, the primary purpose of your CHODO must be to provide housing. D, development, it must be a developer of housing. O, organization, it must be legally incorporated, nonprofit, and tax exempt. It must have a clearly defined service area, which cannot be statewide. It must be serving in that area for at least 1 year. So if you think of your CHODO that way, you're going to, and you have all of those things in place, you're going to have an accessible CHODO. A CHODO must have an effective project control, and HUD requires that these CHODOs have exclusive control over the day-to-day management of the development. So there's 3 ways that they can have effect over the project control. It's owned by the CHODO, developed by the CHODO, or sponsored by the CHODO. So owned means that the CHODO owns the property. This does not require that the CHODO be also the developer, but they must maintain ownership during the development and throughout the entire affordability period. They can contract day-to-day management, so they can contract to have a management company manage. Develop means that the CHODO must own and develop the property. They must maintain that ownership during the development and throughout the entirety of the affordability period. Sponsored has 2 things. It either can be turnkey sponsored, where the CHODO develops the rental housing on behalf of another nonprofit and then transfers that title upon completion. If the transfer doesn't happen, then that CHODO maintains ownership throughout the affordability period. Or it can be an affiliated. So the second sponsored activity can be affiliated, which means the CHODO doesn't own, did not develop the property, but must be owned and or developed as a subsidiary. The owner or the developer must be subsidiary of the CHODO. So there are three types. They can be wholly owned by the CHODO. The CHODO can be wholly owned by a for-profit or a nonprofit subsidy, or they can be part of the limited partnership where the CHODO, in which the CHODO is either wholly owned by the subsidiary or solely by the general partner, or they can be limited liability company, an LLC, in which the CHODO is wholly owned subsidiary or is the sole managing member. So the CHODO has to have at least 1 year experience serving in that low-income community. Remember, we said their service area cannot be statewide. It must be within that community, and they have to have that experience for at least a year serving there and cannot be controlled by that for-profit entity like we were just talking about. It has to have a board that is comprised of a low-income representation, 1/3 low-income representation, 1/3 governmental representation, and then other representation with conditions. The CHODO board makeup has been added as a question to your annual owner compliance report. During monitoring reviews, the department will be not checking the board makeup, but we will be checking with compliance with all of the other regulations of your CHODO. And what we mean by that is I'm going to come back to this part. We are going to confirm ownership. We are going to conduct a search on the Secretary of State website to make sure that the ownership structure is how it is supposed to be, and the CHODO is part of that ownership structure where they need to be in. If we're unable to identify using the Secretary of State website that ownership structure, we might request additional documentation from the owner. We're going to confirm they're in good standing with the state of Texas. Our enabling legislation 2306 does not allow us to do business as a department of the state of Texas with any entity that is not in good standing with the state of Texas. And we will confirm with the Secretary of State that they are in nonprofit status, or we'll check with the IRS for that nonprofit status. So that is how we are going to monitor, because we're not going to monitor for the board setup, but your board setup will be monitored through AOCR and through the Community Affairs Division. So ensuring that at least 1/3 of its governing board is comprised of either low-income residents from the neighborhood or the community, low-income residents either from that neighborhood or from your community, or elected and representatives of elected low-income neighborhood organizations, including block grants, town watch organizations, civic organizations, church groups, work groups. So that's 1/3. You have to have a written process and state how the low-income and very low-income households can advise the CHODO in decisions regarding the design, sitting, development, and management of your project. If the home funds were awarded from a CHODO set aside on or after August 23rd, we are going to monitor this every monitoring review to make sure that the development is still controlled by that CHODO in the role that they're supposed to. So we're checking that ownership structure on every on-site review. If the development was funded from a CHODO set aside, the development must be controlled by that CHODO throughout that entire affordability period. So then the other thing that we're going to talk about is manager units. So CPD Notice 16-15 and 92-205 on-site manager. This applies to 100% of our multifamily direct loan assisted developments. The HUD field office must approve the conversion of one home unit. And it's done through a cost analysis, and if that cost allocation permits that conversion. If the PJ determines that this conversion will contribute to the stability or effectiveness of the development, We will send it off to the field office for approval. And the multifamily direct loan units cannot exceed the subsidy limit at the time of the project commitment, and a cost allocation determination is required to be submitted to have a on-site manager unit. So this is only if you have 100% of your units assisted by those multifamily direct loan funds. If you have other funding or market units, remember your on-site manager or exempt units can be in one of those units, just not in a unit that is funded with your multifamily direct loan funds unless this is done. And we would only do this on 100% unit, 100% funded units, developments, to figure out if they can have an on-site manager. Living on site, you should have an on-site manager, but can they live there? Yes. Mixed multifamily direct loan developments with market rate units or any other TDHC funding can have those on-site managers living on site, but they have to occupy a market unit or one of the other affordable housing programs if allowable. If the manager occupies the multifamily direct loan assisted unit, they must be income eligible and meet all program requirements. Conflicts of interest. So employees and other representatives of the PJ, state recipients, and sub-recipients are prohibited from obtaining a financial interest or benefit for any home-assisted activity. So this prohibits employees and other representatives from living within your home-assisted unit. So owners and developments of home-assisted housing and their staff and other representatives are prohibited from occupying home-assisted units. This covers all familiar relationships, including immediate family members. This does not apply to employees or agents of the owner or developer of rental housing project who occupies a housing unit as a project manager or maintenance worker once they've gone through that approval process for the 100%. If it's not 100%, they're not going to be in your MFDL unit anyway. So the Uniform Relocation Act is something that you need to be aware of when dealing with your multifamily direct loan development activities. This is important when you're dealing with multifamily direct loan and acquisition, rehab, and reconstruction. This establishes that the minimum standards for federal funded projects, acquiring property or displaced person from their home, this is applicable to all of our multifamily direct loan properties. So the project owners must provide the following benefits to households that they displace: a relocation advisory service, a minimum of a 90-day notice to vacate, reimbursement for moving expenses, and payment for any added costs of rent or purchasing comparable replacement housing. Our website has some additional information about the Uniform Relocation Act. We don't go really deep into it here. It is applicable to our multifamily direct loan properties, and if you have one and you're going through an acquisition, rehab, or reconstruction, I recommend you visit the website to get the additional information, or you can contact someone at the department. We'll be happy to get a little bit deeper into the Uniform Relocation Act and the requirements of that. So that is it for our land use restriction agreement. Were there any questions about the land use restriction agreement, the unit mixes, the set-asides, the home match, the CHODOs, anything that we just covered that could be found within your land use restriction agreement?
There were no questions.
Okay. Now we're going to talk about written policies and procedures. Again, written policies and procedures has moved. It was within Chapter 10, Subchapter F of the Texas Administrative Code, the Compliance Monitoring Rules. It is moved to Chapter 10 of the Texas Administrative Code, and it is in Chapter 8 now. and that is the Fair Housing Division rules. So does that mean that you don't have to have written policies and procedures anymore? No, you do have to have written policies and procedures. Does it mean you're not being monitored for written policies and procedures anymore? No, you will be monitored for written policies and procedures. However, it will not be in conjunction with your monitoring reviews for your multifamily direct loan funds. It will be separately reviewed by the Fair Housing Division. So they have helped with the last few slides in updating the written policies and procedures through their rules that they updated that went in effect May 17th of 2020. And a lot of the things are similar to when they were in the compliance monitoring rules, and they have a few changes. In addition, on our YouTube channel, Patricia Murphy, Kate Trans and Nathan Doris went through and did a webinar about just the changes. So if you're interested in that, it is available on our YouTube channel. So our written policies and procedures, most of the things are going to look very similar to what they look like when they were housed within the compliance monitoring rules. All policies and procedures still must be available upon request. They must have an effective date that includes a month, day, and year. Any changes to any of the policies and procedures will require a new effective date, and here's one of their changes, a notice to all tenants regarding the availability of that new policy. You must keep all policies and procedures where applications are taken, along with the HUD Form 5380 and the HUD Form, that should be a 5. If you are following along in the handout, please change that as a typo. It is 5382, not 8382. It is HUD Form 5382. These are the Violence Against Women Act forms. They are available on our website. If you are accepting applications electronically, you must keep your policies and procedures also posted electronically on your website where your applications are. Your policies addressing credit, criminal, and occupancy standards cannot be applied retroactively. So they just kind of broadened the definition of what can and cannot be applied retroactively. And here they're saying nothing with credit, criminal, or occupancy standards can be applied retroactively. This is one of their changes. Currently, or the compliance monitoring rule used to state that the tenant selection criteria must be kept within the tenant file at the time of move-in. They have changed this to you must maintain all current and prior versions of your tenant selection criteria for the longer of your program's retention period. So remember, every program that you're dealing with has different record retention periods, so you need to make sure you are compliant with all of your programs. Or as long as tenants who were screened under this historical criteria are still occupying units at the development. So it's the longer of either the record retention period or as long as you have tenants who are screened under that criteria. So you should have binders with your tenant selection criteria in there. Your tenant selection criteria is still going to require to outline the applicant's basic eligibility requirements, such as preferences, restrictions, including student occupancy and any of their exceptions, and your tenancy requirements. You still need to outline what is screened and what is scored for ineligibility. You still need to talk about age restrictions if you are operating any housing with older persons or elderly restrictions, even those elderly preferences. If you have an age restriction of any kind, you need to outline those age restrictions. You need to have your occupancy standards in place, and you need to have this one bullet here that has a sentence saying screening criteria will be applied in a manner consistent with all applicable laws, including Texas and federal Fair Housing Acts and federal Fair Credit Reporting Act, program guidelines, and the department rules. That must be verbatim in your tenant selection criteria. What can you not have in your tenant selection criteria? You cannot have a language that would exclude admission solely because the household participates in a rental assistance program. You cannot deny admission based on that applicant has protections afforded to them under the Violence Against Women's Act. And I always like to mention here that even though the act is called Violence Against Women's Act, it is not gender specific. You cannot include unlawful preferences or any preferences that are not federally or approved by TDHCA and recorded in your land use restriction agreement. So that's your tenant selection policy. You will also have to have a reasonable accommodation policy. This is also going to be very similar to the same as it was when it was in the compliance rules. You need to have information on how they can make a reasonable accommodation request, how transfers related to reasonable accommodations will be addressed. You have to have a time frame in which you are going to respond to these reasonable accommodations. It cannot exceed 14 calendar days, so that has not changed. They did add that you must have a time frame for a response regarding assistance animals not to exceed 10 calendar days. These are calendar days, not business days. Your reasonable accommodation policy cannot require the request to only be in writing or require third-party documentation for any readily apparent disability, cannot require specific medical or disability information, cannot exclude admission because an accessible unit is not available, or require a household to rent a unit that has been already made accessible. So no changes from when it was in the compliance monitoring rules there. You have to have a waitlist policy. The waitlist policy still has to talk about when your waitlist is open, when it closes, and how you're going to select applicants, how any of your allowable preferences will be applied. It must have information regarding how you are going to prioritize applicants needing accessible units and the number of units available at each income restricted level. So you need to tell them how many units you have at the low home, how many you have at the 80%, how many you have at 60 or 30. So they also have a section in their rules in 10.802E that references back to the compliance monitoring rules, which is changes in the household designation policy. So this references 10.611C, which is the compliance monitoring rules. The compliance monitoring rules has added, effective May 17, 2020, an addition that says a household's income designation at the time of move-in cannot be changed unless one of these 6 things apply. And the reason why the Fair Housing Team written policies and procedures references back to the compliance monitoring rules is because one of those 6 things is if you have a written policy and procedure addressing changes in household designation at the time of income changes. So if you have a policy talking about when you recertify a household and their income changes, you will change their designation, that is allowable. If you do not have this policy, then the household's income designation at the time of move-in will not change. You can also change a household's designation if they go over income and are replaced with another low-income household. If the household receives rental assistance and due to the changes in their portion of rent, their income limit change or their rent exceeds the limit, you can change their designation. So if they have federal funded assistance and it changes. If the household is designated as a market and you complete a certification to document that they are qualified as a low-income household, you can change their designation from market to low-income. If the household has become an ineligible student, then the development has other programs or units that are not restricted by that student regulation, you can change their designation from low income to whatever, either market or any of the other program restrictions that do not have these student regulations. Or If you are lowering a household designation, that is allowable. Denied application policy, there really has been no changes to this from when it was in the compliance monitoring rules. Within 7 days of determining that this household is being denied, so not 7 days from application, but 7 days from when you have determined that they are not eligible or denied for your program, you must give them a written notification that has a specific reason of that denial and reference the leasing criteria on which that decision was made. Any contact information from any third parties that were part of that decision making. You must include that HUD 5380, TDHCA's version of that HUD 5380, Notice of Occupancy Rights Under Violence Against Women Act. And if there's an appeal process, you must outline what that appeal process is. If you have denied applications, you must keep a sample log of those, or you must keep a log of those denied applications. Here's a sample. It must include the household, the name, the demographics, if they receive any rental assistance, the reason for the denial, and the date the denial was issued. Non-renewal and termination notices. You must give a specific reason for non-renewal and termination. You have to include those HUD 5380 and HUD 5382 forms, or those VAWA forms. You must outline how persons with disabilities may request a reasonable accommodation in relation to this notice, and any information on your appeals process. Written policies and procedures also talks about an application part. At a minimum, you must allow applications to be submitted via mail or at the development site. You can have applications be submitted electronically, fax, any other way, but at a minimum, you have to accept them via mail or on site. Any way you submit them, your application should include how it can be submitted. So an address, an email, fax number, however it is that website, however it is that they can submit the application should be addressed on your application. And you must provide each adult household member with those VAWA forms. So your written policies and procedures review process. So compliance monitoring used to review written policies and procedures, and if the owner initiated it, and we would give an approval for up to 3 years. The Fair Housing team will honor all of the compliance approvals until the expiration time. We also will be reviewing written policies and procedures due to a complaint process. So if we receive a complaint, we may request your written policies and procedures. And just because the compliance team is no longer monitoring during on-site reviews, it doesn't mean that we can't and won't request a copy of your written policies and procedures if we need to, either for something related to that on-site review or during the complaint process. But they will be reviewed periodically by the Fair Housing team staff for compliance with the regulations in the written policies and procedures. The Fair Housing team is also going to allow the owner to initiate an approval process as the compliance team was doing. Just because you have TDHCA approval, either from the compliance division or the Fair Housing division, this does not guarantee that you are going to be in compliance for those 3 years. You need to make sure that you are updating your written policy and procedures to comply with all rules as they change. And you can email if you would like to get your written policies and procedures approved. I don't know why my screen keeps doing that. If you would like to get your written policies and procedures reviewed, the Fair Housing team is going to continue to do so, and they will do so you can email them at fair.housing@tdhca.state.tx.us. Any questions about written policies and procedures?
There are no questions.
Fantastic. We will start eligibility and students, and at noon we will break for lunch. So eligibility. Income eligibility for all of the programs at the department is done. We follow the HUD Handbook 4350. For determining income, allowances, and what is included and what is excluded from income. So we follow the 4350. We talk, that is in Chapter 3, which talks about eligibility for that assistance, and Chapter 5, determining what is income and what is rent. Also, we use the tools from the 4350 on Exhibit 5-1, income inclusions and exclusions, 5-2, what is included and excluded in for assets, and Appendix 3 is a really great appendix which talks about the acceptable forms of verification. These are all available online at HUD.gov. So owners have to review Revenue Procedure 2014. Oh, this is for COVID, for vacant units. So we have sprinkled in, one of the other things that I didn't talk about when we were starting this is I've sprinkled in any of the most recent COVID-19 updates throughout this training. So this is COVID-19 when it has to do with vacant units. So the IRS Notice 2020-53 has allowed tax credit and tax exempt bond units to house medical personnel and other essential workers by approval from the department. However, you cannot lease your multifamily direct loan units to medical personnel or essential workers unless they meet all of the other program requirements. If they income qualify, then they can live there and they meet all of the student requirements, all of the multifamily direct loan requirements, then they can move into the unit just like anybody else. But this notice, this IRS notice, only applies to the tax credit and the tax exempt bonds. So if you do have tax credit layered with any of the multifamily direct loan funds and you get approval to do temporary housing for medical professionals and essential workers for COVID, and you have to get approval from us. Once you get that approval, do not put them in any unit that also has multifamily direct loan funds. The income eligibility process starts with application. You get your verifications and complete an income certification. This is true for all our multifamily direct loan programs. It is the 5-step process where you will screen or get an application, review that application, decide what your household is comprised of, document all the income and assets, annualize that income, and execute your income certification. We have no required form for the application. However, a conventional application is not going to gather enough information, so you need to make sure you're using a supplemental application to screen for all sources of income, assets, and student status. Review that application. Does this household look eligible? If they are stating income high above your 80% level and you're housing a home unit, then this is probably not the household for that unit. So applications for your screening in 10.612, this is one of our new rules effective May 17, 2020. We are not going to monitor for compliance with this until January 1st of 2021. So we're giving you time to amend your application for the following. You must provide a space for the applicants to indicate that they are a veteran, and you must include the following statement. And I'm not going to read it, but there is the statement that must be there, including the website for veterans at texas.gov. So that must be on your application. And we will begin monitoring for compliance with this regulation that is now effective in our rules on January 1st, 2021. So tips to minimize challenges when doing the application process: make sure it is completed in its entirety. If there's any blanks, make sure they are completed by the resident. Do not have your staff complete them. sure the resident completes them. All applicant members are listed. You need to know who's in your household, right? So you know how many household members you are. Our income is based on the number of household members, our income limits. Is the application current? Is it within 120 days of when this household is moving into your unit? If not, then you need to get a new application and new everything. Make sure all your documentation is within 120 days. It has to be current. Any changes must be initialed by the applicant. Never use whiteout or correction fluid. You never ever want to use that because that is a red flag that something has been changed. Just simply have your resident draw a line through anything and initial any change. When determining household composition, make sure you're determining the number of people in the household. We included the figure 5-2 from the 4350 about whose income counts. Pretty much everybody's employment income counts unless they are a dependent child under the age of 18, a full-time student over 18, and this one is when they can earn, we're only going to count 480 of their earned income if they're a full-time student over the age of 18. Foster children under 18, we're not going to count their income or their earned income. This is employment income, earned income. And live-in aid members, we're not going to count. But all other income, so this is unearned income. So your Social Security, income from assets, everybody's income counts, even dependents and children under the age of 18, even those full-time students over the age of 18, everybody's unearned income counts, except for live-in aids. Unborn children do count as household members. And remember, make sure you know how many people are in the household because our income limits are based on household size. Make sure you get a tenant release and consent. Our program requires that we verify all sources of income and asset, and one of the best ways to do this is to make sure you send out a verification or third-party verification, and a lot of these people will not respond without release and consent to release information from your tenant. The 3 types of verification that are allowed are third-party. This is documentation that is sent directly to a third-party source and returned via the third-party source. So something through the mail, through email, through fax. You want to make sure all of your third-party verifications are authenticated. So if it's through an email, you want to make sure it has an authenticatable return email address. First-hand documentation verifications are paychecks, bank statements for your assets. Do not use bank statements to verify income. Benefit statements. If you use first-hand documentation, you must, for our multifamily direct loan programs, you must use 2 months of source documentation. This is a requirement that is a little bit different from some of our other programs. There is no need to first attempt to get that third-party documentation before going to first-hand documentation, so you can go ahead and get paychecks, but make sure you're getting 2 months of that source documentation. The next type of verification is oral verification, and this is a great verification for clarifying incomplete information on your first-hand or your third-party verification, because you never want to write on your original verification, so it is great to do an oral verification of anything that doesn't make sense or isn't completed in full. So TDHCA permits electronic records. We have prior to COVID and we continue to. So applications, leases, verification of income assets, and student status can all be completed electronically. So for COVID-19 guidance with your resident files. This digital signatures on forms, both property management and households, are acceptable. If you are not set up to complete paperwork electronically, please make sure you're using appropriate social distancing to get these signatures and forms completed. HUD has provided a waiver for income documentation for your initial certifications for home properties only. This specific waiver language is outlined here. It is also in our COVID-19 compliance guidance that is available on our website. But basically, and I wanted to confirm this with Wendy before we did this training, basically this waiver is the only thing that it is giving you a waiver of is that 2 months of source documentation. You still have to initially certify them, you still have to verify, but you don't have to do the full 2 months. And the only way that this waiver can be applied to you is you have to have written permission from your PJ. So if you would like to have this waiver be implemented at your home only development, you can submit a request to Wendy Quackenbush to implement this waiver. And then HUD has made a sample self-certification of annual income that can be found on our department's website that can be applied for this waiver. So for the income verification for households with Section 8 certificates, this is a verification that is on our website and is allowable for some of our programs at initial certification. But it is not allowable for our multifamily direct loan funds at initial certification or during the 6-year full recertification process. So remember, some of your funds will allow you to use this as a verification methodology, but not for our multifamily direct loan funds. Student income. If you have a student that is receiving Section 8 rental assistance, then any of the financial assistance in the excess of tuition or any other fees or charges is considered income, unless that person is over the age of 23 with dependent children or is a person living with their parents who are applying for or receiving that Section 8 rental assistance. So student income, that income in excess of tuition or other fees, is considered all financial assistance under the Higher Education Act, including grants, scholarships, educational entitlements, work studies, financial aid packages, all financial assistance from institutions of higher education, and all financial assistance from private sources, including mom and dad. So only count the amount received in excess of tuition or other fees and charges when determining annual income in these situations. You need to make sure you get documentation to support the amount that is in excess of fees and tuitions and charges. So let's take a look here. Andy is 20 years old, married, and participates in the Section 8 program and has applied for a home assisted unit. She is enrolled as a student in the art program at a community college. She is receiving $5,500 in financial assistance to cover the cost of tuition and fees. Tuition is $1,500 a semester with a total of $3,000 for the year. She also has a $500 in standard fees for an athletic fee, writing, art, and lab fee combined, and student fee combined. These are standard charges for every student. What is the amount of her financial assistance that will be included on her income? I don't think this is not a learning point. We're just going to talk about it. So she is part of this. She is part of the Section 8 program. So we must count any financial assistance in excess to tuition and fees. So her financial assistance is $5,500. We're going to minus out her tuition and allowable fees. So we're going to minus out $3,500. That's her total tuition is $3,000 and her total fees are $500, which equals $2,000. We will use $2,000 to be included in her annual income. When we annualize income, we're taking a snapshot of what is happening in our tenant's life and we're projecting it forward for 12 months. And we have to remember, we took another snapshot right from the 4350 that talks about how to annualize income. So you're going to annualize hourly by 40 hours a week or 2,080 hours for full-time employment, weekly by 52, bi-weekly when they're paid every other week by 26, semi-monthly when they're paid twice a month by 24, and monthly by 12. And this seems very common and that everybody should know that, but we do find a lot of non-compliance when it comes to bi-weekly and semi-monthly. So really pay attention. Are they paid every other week or are they paid twice each month? Then you're going to make sure you execute your income certification. You have to use the department approved form. At TDHCA, we're pretty flexible on a lot of our forms. We allow you to use a lot of management forms, a lot of your own types of forms, but this is a required form. This is the income certification that is approved by the department. It is available on our website. It is completed by the staff. It must be signed by the household and the staff, and all verifications must be within 120 days of this certification. Before the move-in is approved, we recommend you conduct a peer review. Make sure you are consistent. Make sure you have a management plan that outlines the procedures and methods on how you're going to calculate income at your development, and be consistent. Treat everybody the same. Spot check the information that is verified and make sure that you fill in any of those discrepancies. Get additional verification, get clarification, get other forms. Make sure that anything that looks discrepant has been verified and cleared up. COVID-19, when we're talking about those stimulus payments and unemployment compensation, now I know that this original round of stimulus and additional unemployment has ended, but we know that the HUD Office of Community Planning and the Development clarified that that temporary $600 per week in the federal enhancement to unemployment is not included in eligibility purpose. So that one-time stimulus check and this additional $600 per week is not included for the home program. However, please remember that all the state unemployment, so anything that they were getting for state unemployment, not the $600 federal, is included. So make sure you're being very clear on what is the $600 that we're getting for federal and what are they getting for their regular state unemployment, because you do include the state unemployment, not the additional temporary federal unemployment. Okay, we're going to get really into students, and we'll spend a lot of time with students because the student restrictions for our multifamily direct loan program are quite different than the student restrictions for our tax credit or our bond programs. So everybody got enough time and got their lunch, but we're going to go ahead and get started where we left off with student restrictions. I kind of peeked and I didn't see any questions that we needed to address. Is that correct, Renee? No additional questions?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and talk about student restrictions for our multifamily direct loan funding. And these are a little different than some of the other funding that you may work with. So the rule for student restrictions for multifamily direct loan focuses on individuals between the ages of 18 and 23 years old that live separate from their parents. It applies to full and part-time student status. So not just full, it's full and part-time student status enrolled at an institution of higher education. It does not apply to students that currently reside with their parents in your home or your TCAP RF assisted units. It does not apply to students that apply for rental assistance that live with their parents. And the determination is individually. So we're not looking at the household as a whole, we're looking at each individual within the household. So we need to make sure that everybody is screened annually for this student restriction. So the student restrictions apply to our home and our TCAP repayment funds, because remember, our TCAP repayment funds are used as our home match, which means they're going to have the same requirements as our home program. Our TCAP repayment fund units are going to have the same eligibility and student restrictions. We do not have student restrictions for our Neighborhood Stabilization Program or our National Housing Trust Fund program. So the student restrictions we're going to talk about now only apply to our home and TCAP repayment funds. We do have a certification of student eligibility available on our website. This is a great form to use when you are trying to determine if the individuals are eligible students or not. So why we have these different student restrictions is because the home program has adopted the Section 8 Housing Choice Vouchers program restrictions on student participation. They can be found in 24 CFR 5.62. And again, they focus on the individual, not the household. So we need to look at each individual and find out if they are eligible under these student restrictions. One individual could make an entire household ineligible. Existing households are not grandfathered in. This is not a new rule according to guidance that we've received from HUD. This has always been their student restrictions. And so existing households are not grandfathered in, and we must make sure that you have eligible households. If you do have a home assisted unit that is currently occupied by an ineligible student, then we're going to treat it as an over-income household, and the rules that apply to over-income households will apply. And we are going to talk about those rules when we talk about the recertification process, but remember, and I'll mention again, that this over-income rule applies for households that actually exceed the current limit at recertification, or home assisted or TCAP RF assisted units that are occupied by ineligible students. So let's take a look at the rule broken down. The first thing we have to look at individually is the individual between the ages of 18 and 23. If the answer is no, then they are eligible. If they are between the ages of 18 and 23, then we're going to go on to our next question. So again, we're looking at individuals between the ages of 18 and 23. The next question is, are they enrolled or do they plan to enroll in an institution of higher education? If the answer is no, they are eligible. They are not students. If the answer is yes, we are going to continue to our next question. Are they dependent of the household? Are they living with parents or a legal guardian inside the unit? If the answer is yes, this is an eligible household. If no, we have to go on to the next question. So now, if they are not a dependent, then we have to evidence that they are independent from their parent or legal guardian. So each of the following must be met to evidence independence from the parent or legal guardian. They must be of a legal contract age under the state of Texas. They must have established a separate household from parents or legal guardian for less than 1 year. So this does not include dormitories. So it has to be an established separate household for no less than 1 year, not including dormitories. Must not be claimed on that parent or legal guardian's tax return as a dependent. You must also get a signed certification from the parent or legal guardian if and how they provide financial assistance and how much. If you've established independence from the parent or legal guardian, if the independence from the parent and legal guardian cannot be established. So first you have to figure out if they're a dependent. If they are not a dependent, then you figure out if they have established independence. If they have not established independence, one of the following exceptions must be met to qualify. So the exceptions under independent student status are one or more of the following criteria. They must be at least 24 years old by December 31st of the current year. They must be an orphan or a ward of the court anytime since the age of 13 or an emancipated minor, serving on active military duty of the armed forces, have legal dependents other than a spouse, be a graduate or professional student, married, homeless, or self-supporting at the risk of being homeless. So if you have an individual who's between the ages of 18 and 23 who is a student, is not a dependent of the household occupying unit, cannot evidence independence from the legal guardian, does not meet one of the independent student exceptions, then they are considered a dependent student. A dependent student, you have to qualify the student's income if you have a dependent student. You have to qualify the student as income eligible, and you have to qualify the parents as income eligible. If the parents are not income eligible, the student is not income eligible. If the parents refuse to provide documentation of income, the student is not eligible. So let's look at some examples because that's a lot of information to take in about students. We have, and all of these are going to be polls, so I know we just had lunch, but this is a great time to engage and make sure that you are participating in the webinar. So we have Zen, who is 22 years old and applies for home assisted unit. He is attending community college full-time, and he has recently been discharged from the armed forces. He is moving out of his parents' house. Does Zen meet the student eligibility requirement? We have to start with asking ourselves the questions and working our way through. So, A, Zen is a veteran of the U.S. military and meets the student requirements. B, Zen lives with his parents, so he does not qualify. Or C, Zen qualifies since he is also working. So Renee will go ahead and pop up the poll and we can work through all of the questions to figure out if we have the right answer.
I'll give you guys 2 minutes.
Renee, we might want to keep these at 1 minute. There's a lot of these.
I will give you 1 minute.
There's like, I don't know, there's a lot.
Yeah, there are quite a bit.
Student questions.
30 more seconds left.
1 minute on each of them.
Okay, I can do that. Only 40% have voted. 45%. Okay, now it's going. All right, 10 more seconds. And I'm closing the poll.
Okay, looks like the majority of you said yes, because he is a veteran of the U.S. military and meets the student requirements, and you are correct. So if we go through our questions, he is between the ages of 18 and 22. He is not living with his parents. And so, and has not established a household outside of his parents, so we need to meet one of those exceptions, and he is a U.S. military and meets that exception. Maya is 20 years old, and her roommate Hannah is 21. They have applied for a home assisted unit, and both roommates are part-time students at the university. Maya and Hannah are both dependents of their parents' tax returns, and both receive income from their parents. In addition, both Maya and Hannah's parents are not income eligible under the home program. Do they meet the student eligibility requirements? Either yes, because they are both part-time, or no, they do not meet any of the criteria, and part-time student is not an exemption from this rule. So Renee can launch that, and we'll give you a minute to answer yes or no. Okay, so the poll is closed, and it looks like most of you said no. They do not meet any of the criteria, and you would be correct. They do not meet any of the criteria. Dominic is 19 years old and a single dad. He has a 1-year-old daughter named Anaya. He is a full-time student at the local college and receives TANF payments and food stamps. He is also receiving Social Security payments for his daughter. Dominic is moving out of his parents' house, and his parents are not income eligible under the home program. Does the applicant meet the student eligibility requirements? Yes, because his household is receiving TANF payments. No, because most likely he is still being claimed on his parents' tax return. C, no, because his parents are not income qualified and he's moving out of their house. Or yes, because he has a dependent, his daughter Anaya. And they will launch that poll for us. Okay, looks like those poll results are in, and the majority of you said yes because he has a daughter, a dependent, Anaya, and you are correct. If we go through the questions, we find out he's between the ages of 18 and 23. He is not a dependent of his parents, and he has not established independence, so we have to meet one of those exceptions, and he does. He has a dependent named his daughter Anaya. Noah, Anita, and Shireen have applied for a 3-bedroom home assisted unit. Noah and Anita are both 21 years old, married, and both are full-time students at the university. Shireen, their roommate, is 20 years old and attends the same university part-time. She also works full-time at the dry cleaners. The applicants meet the student eligibility requirement. True or false? I answered it for you. You can skip this poll. I answered it for them, Renee. False. They do not meet the student restriction. Noah and Anita are married, so they do meet the student eligibility requirements. However, Shireen does not meet any of this criteria because one household, one individual can make the entire household ineligible. So, sorry, I skipped through that one. Clarence is 19 years old and is applying for a National Housing Trust Fund unit. He is a full-time student at the university and he wants to be an engineer. He is a dependent of his parents and they provide him monthly monetary contributions. He also works part-time at TGI Fridays. Does he meet the student eligibility requirements? And I can't remember if this is just, oh, it is just yes or no, and there is the poll. Okay, the poll has ended. It looks like a majority of you said yes, that he would meet the student eligibility requirements. And you are correct, because remember, National Housing Trust Fund does not have student restrictions. So it doesn't matter if he's full-time, part-time student, it doesn't matter. We're dealing with the National Housing Trust Fund program in that example, and they do not have student restrictions. So we have Lupe, who is 50, and her 20-year-old daughter, Sophia. They are applying for a home-assisted unit. Sophia is Lupe's dependent and a full-time student at the local college. Sophia works part-time at the grocery store, and Lupe is receiving workman's compensation. Do the applicants meet the student eligibility requirements? No, because Sophia is 20 years old and a full-time student. No, because Lupe is receiving workman's compensation and not actively employed. Yes, because Sophia is living with her parent and is a dependent of her mother, Lupe. Yes, because Lupe is 50 and the entire household is not comprised of full-time students. Okay, the poll is closed and it looks like the majority of you said yes, because Sophia is living with her parent and is a dependent of her mother, Lupe, and you would be correct. So great job. Everybody's doing a really good job with these student questions. If you follow along with the student certification form, it walks you through every single one of these scenarios. LJ is 20 years old and is applying for a home-assisted unit. He is a full-time student at a nearby college. LJ currently lives with his parents and is still being claimed on their tax returns. LJ's parents are not eligible for the Section 8 program. He's ready to live on his own and away from his parents. LJ is really cute. Does the applicant meet the student eligibility requirements? Yes, he's really cute, so nothing else matters. B, yes, he is ready to be an independent student. Moving into a home-assisted unit is a great start at being independent. No, he's under the age of 24 and a dependent of his parents who are not income eligible. He does not meet any of the other student eligibility requirements. Or no, because he does not file taxes. So Renee can launch this poll. I have to say that I love that someone said, yes, he's really cute, so nothing else matters. That's so cute.
Actually, like 5% have. Out of 56 of the percent who's voting.
Okay, the poll has ended. It looks like a majority of you said no, because he is under the age of 24 and a dependent of his parents who are not income eligible. He does not meet any other student eligibility requirement, and you are correct. I'm really happy to see that the majority of you are getting these student questions correct, because it can be an area that is tricky. Ethan is 20 years old and is a full-time student at a local community college. He is applying for a Neighborhood Stabilization Program unit. He is working on completing his general requirements at the college. Ethan and his parents are not eligible to receive Section 8 assistance, and his parents' income would not qualify under the NSP income limit. Does the applicant meet the student eligibility requirements? I think this is just yes or no, so I don't want to click.
It is yes or no.
Okay.
Do you want to put the things down, or do you want me to launch the poll?
Oh, like if I click it, will it?
I don't know. Here, let me just launch the poll.
Yeah, just launch the poll, because I think it's just yes or no. Oh, no, it does have things.
It's fine.
They are no, Ethan does not meet any of the student criteria. No, Ethan's parents are not income eligible. Yes, since Ethan is only working on general college classes, then the student eligibility requirements are null and void. Or yes, because the Neighborhood Stabilization Program, NSP, does not have student restrictions, so it doesn't matter that he's a student. Okay, the poll is closed, and it looks like the majority of you said yes, because NSP does not have student restrictions, and you would be correct. That is the answer. NSP does not have student restrictions.
This is a true or false one.
Myrick is 45 years old, single, and applying for a home assisted unit. He has decided on a career change, and he quit his job to become a full-time student at college. He's tired of the marketing business and wants to become a nurse to help people. He just went through a divorce. The applicant meets the student eligibility requirements, true or false? And the poll is launched. Okay, I think Renee is going to close this. Poll is closed. And it looks like the majority of you said true, that he would be eligible. And that is true. Myrick is over 24. So it doesn't matter if he is a student. Remember that these student rules only apply to 18 through 23 years of age. But he still needs to be income eligible. Great job. Chad is 19 years old and recently came out of foster care program when he turned 18 years old. He is a full-time student at the college, and he also works part-time at HUD. He is not a dependent of anyone, but does have a serious girlfriend. However, he's moving into the unit by himself. Does this applicant meet our student eligibility requirements? Yes. Chad meets the requirements under the definition of independent student per the U.S. Department of Education. Yes. Being previously in foster care is one of the student criteria. C, none of these, or both A and B are correct. And Renee can launch this poll. Okay, the poll is closed, and it looks like the majority of you said yes, both A and B are correct, and that is the correct answer. He meets the definition under independent, the U.S. Department of Education's definition of independent students, which has that exception of previously being in foster care. So both of those are true statements. Annie is 22 years old and currently a student working on obtaining her Master's of Business Administration, MBA. She's applied for a TCAP RF, Tax Credit Assistance Program Repayment Fund unit. Annie is a full-time student at the university. Does she meet the student eligibility requirements? No, Annie's a student and does not meet this criteria. Yes, because Annie is working on her master's. Yes, because the TCAP RF program does not have student restrictions. Yes, because Annie meets the definition of independent students per the U.S. Department of Education because she's working on her MBA, or both B and D are correct statements. Okay, it looks like our poll is closed, and it looks like, again, a majority of you correctly answered. Both B and D are correct. She's working on her master's, which is part of those definitions of independent students per the U.S. Department of Education. So great job. Jasmine is 18 years old and is attending college full-time. She has been self-supporting since she was 16 years old and was previously homeless. She is currently in a great transitional housing program funded by HUD and is seeking permanent housing. She wants to lease a TCAP RF unit. Does she meet the student eligibility requirements? Oh, don't bother with this poll. I ruined it again. I need to really write down when to not do this enough. So yes, she does, because she is self-supporting and at risk of being homeless. So that was one of those exceptions. She can easily obtain documentation from the director of her housing program. And remember, if TCAP RF funds are used as home action, we have the same student requirements for TCAP RF as we do for home. And I think this might be our last one, which is true or false. Home and TCAP RF must screen for student status initially and annually. All right, and I think every single one of you got that one correct. There was no wrong answers, and that was true. You must screen for student status initially and annually. So that was a good way to kind of come back from lunch and engage and not just have to sit and listen to me talk and really kind of soak in the student stuff. But you can see that there's tons of scenarios for students, and it's very easy to get them messed up. So you might want to make sure you go to our website, get that student certification form, and kind of follow along. It will tell you when to stop, they're eligible, and when to proceed to find out at the end if they are eligible or not. It's a really great tool. Next, we're going to talk about recertifications with our multifamily direct loan programs. So we created this chart on this slide to talk about when you have to recertify and when you have to do a full recertification, when you have to do a self-certification, and when you have to adjust income because they go over the 80%. So for our home program, all of these scenarios apply. For our home program, you have to initially certify the household as eligible. Every 6th year of the affordability period, you must do an annual recertification. That means completing all 5 steps of the eligibility process. So application all the way to income certification. In the intervening years, then you only do a self-certification. So you would use the 3-page income certification. It is required that you use the 3-page income certification for your self-certification. And if you have income over 80%, either at the 6-year annual recertification or during your intervening year, during the self-certification, if the household discloses income over 80%, you must then do a full recertification and adjust income to determine rent. We're going to talk about that. For the TCAP RF, our Tax Credit Assistance Program Repayment Funds, we're going to follow those exact same procedures as home, because remember that TCAP RF is acting as the department's home match. So we do need to follow all the rules of the home program. For the Neighborhood Stabilization Program, you only have to initially certify. They have no recertification requirements and no requirement to adjust income. For the National Housing Trust Fund Program, you must initially certify them as eligible, and every 6th year of their affordability period, You must complete an annual recertification, all 5 steps. And in the intervening years, you could do the 3-page income certification as a self-cert. They do not, however, have the requirement to adjust income if the recertification is over 80%. So what does this mean in the 6-year annual recertification versus these intervening years? The 6-year annual recertification is, again, every 6th year of the affordability period. Remember, you cannot use that Section 8 verification, and you have to use 2 months of source documentation to verify household income. So this is not every 6th year of your tenant's residency, it's every 6th year of the affordability period. So you would take the date that of the land use restriction agreement or when the property was awarded and go every 6 years do a full recertification. And you can find that on your land use restriction agreement. It will tell you when the year 1 is, when you were in effect. And then every 6 years, you must do a full recertification for your households on that 6th year. In those intervening years, you can do a self-certification. Again, you can use the Section 8 verification form here, but you really don't need to because you're just doing a self-certification of the household's income, and it must be used by the department's tenant income certification. So you have to use that 3-page department-approved income certification. If you are operating a property that is layered with project-based Section 8 and you have a HUD 50059 form, we do accept that in place of our tenant income certification. Or if you are operating a property layered with rural housing and you have the RD 3560-8 income certification, we do accept that as well in place of our income certification. If the household discloses on their self-certification that their income has exceeded the 80% area median income limit, then you must complete a full certification and you will have to adjust their income. Both of these requirements are due by the anniversary of the household's move-in date. So if you're in an intervening year, you must have the self-cert done by the anniversary of the household move-in date. If you're doing your 6-year recertification, you have to have it complete by the due date of the household's anniversary to their move-in. It can begin up to 120 days prior to the due date. So you can start the process up to 120 days prior. So let's take a look at our household here. Our household moves into this development on March 1st of 2018. When is the tenant recertification due? The next tenant recertification would be due March 1st of 2019. But what if that tenant recertification was done late and wasn't completed until June 15th of 2019? Then the next tenant recertification would be due March 1st of 2020. Even though the 2019 was done late, we always go off the anniversary date of their initial occupancy. So here's where you can find your term on your land use restriction agreement. At the very first page, it will tell you that this land use restriction agreement was executed to be effective. This one, for example, was the 31st day of August 2018. And this term is for 30 years. So this says that this land use restriction agreement looks like it's for a home property, is in effect beginning August 31st, 2018 for 30 years. So every 6th year in that period, we would complete a full certification. So this is a tool. It is available on our website in our compliance monitoring, under compliance monitoring. I don't remember what the exact, I think it's our compliance monitoring log. There's a tab in there. And if you start with the date the regulatory agreement was executed, and then the date the agreement ends, so 30 years later, it'll outline when your 6 years are. So our first year, when we're going to do our lease up, is August 31st of 2018 through August 30th of 2019. Then in year 2, 3, 4, so in 2020, 2021, 2022, up until August 31st of 2023, I'm going to do my self-certification. Beginning August 31st of 2023 through August 29th of 2024, I must complete full certification for all household members, unless they're initially moving in during that time period. But all my recertifications will be full recertifications. Then years 7, 8, 9, I go back to my self-cert, and then year 12, I have to do full recertification. So in the intervening years, you're going to make sure that you do just the 3-page income certification. So if we had a recertification that was due November 17th of 2020, so our household moved in November 17th of 2018, say. If the recertification was due November 17th of 2020, using this chart, I know that that falls in an intervening year, and I could just use the 3-page income certification and would not be required to do a full certification. However, if I have a household that moved in on July 17th of 2019, and then the next recertification that is due as a full recertification, July 17th of 2014, full recertification. All 5 steps must be completed. That date falls within that 6-year timeline. So I need to do a full screening, household compensation, determine and document and verify all income and assets, annualize income, and execute the income certification. So if our tenant's income, either if they self-certify over 80 or during the recertification process, their income is over the 80% limit, then they are considered OI. We change their designation on the unit status report and on the income cert, their income designation as OI. We keep them rent restricted. We then have to determine what is 30% of the household's adjusted income. This is how we are going to determine their rent. If the household is not required to move to another unit, you cannot terminate their lease just because they fall into this situation. You're going to designate their income as OI. You're going to keep them rent restricted using 30% of the adjusted income. If you have to change their rent due to that 30% adjusted income, then you're going to give them a 30-day written notice to change their rent, and you're going to follow the next available unit rule and lease the next comparable unit in your building to a low home or high, or in your development to a low or high home household. If their income is not exceed 80%, then just keep them rent restricted. So let's take a look at some examples. Here we have 100% TCAP RF, Tax Credit Assistance Program Repayment Fund funding. Unit 20 moved in 2018. On their 2019 recertification, they were recertified at $78,185. That exceeded the 80% income limit. We designate them as OI, and we screen for any applicable deduction. So we're screening for those dependent deductions, the child care expense deduction, disability assistance expense deduction, elderly and disabled family deduction, and medical expense deduction. Our website does have a supplement to the intake application that screens for these deductions. Once we've screened for the deductions, we apply them to the income limit. This household didn't have any applicable deductions, So we're going to take $78,185 times it by 30%, gives us $23,456. If we divide that by 12 months, it gives us $1,955. That would be the household's rent. But we see here that you also have to remember that that is your rent limit. You have to minus the utility allowance. So they're charging $1,881, and that would be they are compliant with it. Let's take a look at what happens when you have a home or tax credit assistance program repayment funds with market units. Unit 25 moved in 2016. During their 2019 recertification, they went over the income limit, over the 80%. They were certified at $71,200. We designate them as OI. We screen for all the applicable deductions and apply them to that income limit. So if we take $71,200, so that is their adjusted income, and we times it by 30%, we get $21,360. Divide that by 12 months, gives us $1,780. Again, make sure you are applying your utility allowance to this. However, this one does have some non-compliance. $1,780 minus the $74 does give us $1,706. So why is this non-compliant? You cannot charge more than what you would be charging in your market rent for a same size. So we can see here that for their market rent, they are charging $1,600. So even though we've adjusted income and $1,706 would be the adjusted income or the adjusted rent for this, we cannot charge this household more than what we would charge a two-bedroom market. We see here on our unit status report that we are charging our two-bedroom markets $1,600. So we could not charge them more than $1,600. When the household vacates the property, you're going to want to move in a home qualified 50% to reestablish your 50% set aside. Once that set aside is met, you can redesignate any of your low income units to market units. So it's 1 for 1. Here, let's take a look at this unit 4. They moved in 2018. Their home and tax credit, 50%. They recertified in 2019 at $50,975. $50,975 is above the home 50%, but is below the home 80%. We're going to keep the rent at that low home. We are not required to do this adjustment. That adjustment is only required to happen once they go over the 80%. So if they have not gone over the 80%, we are going to keep them rent restricted at the low home rent. Once the replacement unit has been occupied, we can adjust this to a high home rent. So once you have replaced it, you can adjust this to a high home rent with a 30-day written notice, as long as your written policies and procedures say that you are going to be able to increase rent based on recertification. If they do not say so, remember, we are not going to change the designation from when they moved in, and we are going to keep them as a 50%. So if your policies and procedures say that you can replace this unit, then once you've moved in another 50% to establish that you have enough 50% home units, you can give them a 30-day notice and change them to a high home unit. For National Housing Trust Fund, let's take a look at this one. They are layered with housing tax credit and they have National Housing Trust Fund. Unit 14 moved in 2018, and in 2019 recertified at 29,500, which is over the 30% National Housing Trust Fund limit. We're going to keep the we're going to designate the National Housing Trust Fund as OI and keep them rent restricted at 30%. Since there is a market unit of comparable size or smaller that has vacate, and the development has a written policy regarding changes in income at recertification, they can replace that market unit with a 30% National Housing Trust Fund qualified household, and then once they've replaced Unit 13, we can give Unit 14 a 30-day notice of rent change and change them to market. But again, that is only because the market is of comparable size or smaller, and they have a written policy saying that that is how they are going to treat changes in income. If they do not have that policy, you're going to keep them designated at the 30%. If you have an over-income household that is at the property with both low and high home units, and the owner is required to replace the low home unit first to maintain compliance. So if you have a 50% or a low home unit and a high home unit, and they both went OI at recertification, the next unit that you must replace that low home with is the low home. The next available unit has to be first replace the low home, then the high home. A household may choose not to renew their lease because of this new rent amount, right? And you cannot terminate a lease just because the household's income increased at recertification. It's your job to understand that you have to do these deductions, adjust their income, and apply the 30% of their adjusted income to their rent. So let's talk about adjusted income, but let's see if there's any questions about recertification before we talk about how to look at this adjusted income and the deductions.
No, there is no questions. I mean, there are no questions.
Okay. We will look at adjusted income then. So there are 5 types of deductions. 3 of these deductions can assist any household. 2 of the deductions are only for elderly, age 62 or older, or disabled households. So the 3 deductions that can assist any household members are dependent deduction, child care deduction, or disability deduction. The other 2 deductions are only for elderly, 62 or older, or disabled households. They are the elderly or disabled deduction and the unreimbursed medical deduction. You have to screen for these deductions if you have a household that has exceeded that 80%. It is required for our home and our TCAP RF programs that if you have a household that exceeds that 80%, that you adjust their income to determine their rent. You have to screen them. We do have this, again, on our website. You can also use your own tool if you want. This is just for your benefit if you need one. So the dependent deduction. There is a dependent deduction of $480 that is eligible to any dependent of the household. Dependents are defined as household members that are not the head, the spouse, or the co-head, under the age of 18, a person with disabilities at any age, or a full-time student 18 years of age or older. To qualify for the disability or the student status as a dependent to get that deduction, you have to have verification of the disability or the student status. Now remember, we're not trying to verify what the disability is, just that you have the disability. A foster child, foster adult, or unborn child, a child that has not joined the household yet, or a dependent of a live-in aid can never qualify for these deductions. And the household does not have to have legal custody of a dependent to receive the deduction. However, the dependent must live in the unit. So if you have to verify the disability or the full-time student status, remember you can only verify full-time student status with the institution of higher education or the certificate program where the student is enrolled. You cannot get a double dependent deduction for one household member. So if you have a 19-year-old disabled full-time student, you don't get two 480s. If the household shares custody of a child and both live in assisted housing, only one household can get this deduction. So if there's a dispute about it, refer to documents such as court orders or IRS tax returns to show which parent or legal guardian has the right to claim this child to get that 480 deduction. So let's take a look at an example of the deduction. The Mendoza household is comprised of 5 people. Alfred, Maria reside in the unit with their 3 dependent children. Josh is 13, Nathan is 9, and Sophie is 3. Is the Mendoza household eligible for a dependent deduction? Yes, they are. They are eligible for $480 for each child. So they have 3. So 480 times 3 is $1,440 that they get to deduct from their gross income. The Hearn household is comprised of Mark, who is disabled, his wife Christy, and their 19-year-old daughter Sydney. Is the Hearn household eligible for a dependent deduction? If yes, how much? None. Yes, Mark is disabled. However, he is not eligible for the deduction because he is considered the head of the household. Remember, this deduction is only for dependents. Sydney is a dependent, but she is over the age of 18. She is not a full-time student, and she is not disabled. The child care deduction. The child care deduction is available for any anticipated expenses to any household paying for child care. This deduction is available to all the children under the age of 13 living in the unit, including foster children. When child care enables the family to work, look for work, or go to school. So the household has to evidence that there is no adult family member capable of providing that child care during the hours it's needed, and that child care expenses cannot be reimbursed by are not being reimbursed by an outside agency or individual, and the deduction has to be reasonable. They cannot be paid to someone living in the unit. Expenses cannot exceed the work income generated by the household member during the period in which the care is provided, and the child care expenses are not restricted when seeking employment or attending school. So therefore, when they're working, when they're looking for work, or when they're attending school. To document the child care expense, you must identify the child who is being cared for, identify the family member who is able to work, look for work, or go to school because of the child care, evidence that there is no other adult household member in the unit that is available to care for the child, identify the child care provider, and provide documentation of the cost. So let's look at an example. We have Jessica Smith, who works as a receptionist Monday through Friday. She works 40 hours a week, earning $11.50 an hour. Jessica's 10-year-old daughter, Patty, attends the YMCA program after school from 3 to 6 each day during the school year. Jessica pays the YMCA $7 an hour for the care of her daughter. She receives no reimbursement for her child care expenses. Jessica's daughter spends the summer with her grandparents, and Jessica does not have any child care expenses during the summer. Is the Smith household eligible for the child care deduction? Yes, they are. But how much? First, you have to figure Jessica's annual income. You've already done this to figure out if she's eligible to begin with. So you should know her gross income to begin with, right? She works $11.50 an hour, 80 hours annually. Her gross income is $23,920. Now you have to determine, out of that $23,920, how much of Jessica's income is earned while Patty is at after-school care. So we take $11 an hour. Patty goes to after-school care 5 days a week for 3 hours a day for 37 weeks a year. Remember, she only goes during the school year. Most school years are about 37, 38 weeks a year. You would probably want to verify with your school. I know that some charter schools are required to go an additional week, so you want to definitely verify with the school how many weeks per year is considered a school year. So she earns, out of the $23,920 she earns a year, $6,382.50 is earned while Patty is at after school care. Now, how much does she pay for Patty's after school care? Well, she pays $7 an hour to that YMCA. Patty goes there 5 days a week for 3 hours a day for those 37 weeks. So she spends $3,885 in childcare. Now we have to determine that Patty's after-school childcare does not exceed Jessica's earned income during the period in which the care is provided. So while Jessica is working and Patty is at childcare, Jessica is earning $6,382.50. She pays $3,885 in childcare expenses. The childcare does not exceed the employment income, and therefore we can deduct the childcare as a deduction. The next deduction is our disability deduction. Disability assistance expense deduction is available for any unreimbursed anticipated costs for attendant care and/or auxiliary apparatuses. The care or the apparatus must enable a household member who is 18 years or older, including the disabled household member, to work. The amount claimed is the difference of the total expenses for attendant care or that auxiliary apparatus that exceeds 3% of the annual income. Why 3%? HUD says that they should be able to afford disability expenses up to 3% of their annual income. So anything that exceeds that 3%, they can deduct. If the disability assistance enables more than one household member to be employed, then the allowance cannot exceed the combined income of both of those household members. Auxiliary apparatuses include items that are directly related to permitting the disabled person or other family member to work. They can include such items. This is not limited to these items, but here are some examples. Wheelchairs, ramps, adaptation to vehicles. These are all one-time allowances. The cost of maintenance and upkeep for any of those apparatuses or veterinarian and food costs for a service animal. Attendant care can include, but is not limited to, reasonable expenses for home, medical care, nursing services, interpreters for the hearing impaired persons, and readers for persons with visual impairment. So let's look at LJ. LJ is an individual with disabilities that works full-time and has an annual income of $24,800. You had to figure that out to see if he was eligible, or at his recertification to figure out that he needed to have this adjustment. He requires a motorized wheelchair and a special transportation to get his job. The eligibility disability expense is $8,500 for his transportation. So his wheelchair was he already owned it. It is not part of his deduction. This is just for his transportation. Is LJ eligible for a disability expense? Yes. How much? Well, remember, he should be able to afford at least 3% from his annual income towards his disability expenses. Anything over the 3%, we can use as a deduction. So we know his annual income is $24,800. And if we use that 3% calculation factor, the HUD is saying LJ should be able to afford $744 of his disability expense. The remainder, so $8,500, his total disability expense minus that 3%, $744, means that we can deduct $7,756 from LJ's total income, annual income, towards his deduction. Now we're going to talk about the elderly or disabled deduction. This deduction is not available to everybody. It is only available to households if the head, spouse, or co-head is at least 62 years of age or older, or is a person with disabilities. A household is entitled to only one $400 deduction, regardless of how many household members meet that elderly or disabled status. So we have Ted, who is 29 years old and a person with disabilities. Is Ted eligible for the elderly or disabled deduction? Yes, he is eligible for a $400 deduction. We have Carolyn, who is 62, and she lives with her husband, Jeff, who is 35 and disabled. Is the household eligible for the elderly or disabled deduction? Yes, but they only get one deduction of $400. Even though Carolyn is over the age of 62 and Jeff is disabled, they don't each get a $400 deduction. They just get one deduction of $400. The medical expense deduction. The medical expense deduction also has that 3% rule. Again, HUD is saying that you should be able to afford at least 3% of your annual income towards your medical expense deductions. Anything over 3% is allowable in your deduction. If the household is eligible for unreimbursed anticipated medical expenses, then all the household members, including your non-elderly, your foster adults, or any children, we can use towards the medical expenses of any necessary apparatuses, services, or medication. This includes any ongoing expenses that were paid in the past 12 months that you can project will be in the upcoming years, including ongoing payments towards existing unpaid medical bills. These are eligible for inclusion in the upcoming year. However, remember, you can only include the amount of payments that should be made in that 12-month period, not the total balance. So examples of medical expenses include, but these are not limited to, services of doctors and healthcare professionals, service of healthcare facilities, medical insurance premiums or the cost of an HMO, prescription and non-prescription medicines. However, they must be prescribed by a physician. So if you just go to the store and buy Tylenol that has not been prescribed as a healthcare regimen from your physician in a care plan, you cannot use that as a deduction. However, a great example is 2 years ago, I got bronchitis and I had to go to the doctor and I had a cough medicine that was prescribed. And then she also put in my care plan that I was to use Mucinex. So the Mucinex is an over-counter non-prescription medicine that was part of the care plan. I would have been able to deduct that. Any dental expenses, eyeglasses, or hearing aids. So David Martinez is 31 years old and disabled. He is married to Ursula, and their total combined gross income is $14,256, with a total of $2,000 in anticipated eligible medical expenses for the household. Is the Martinez household eligible for a medical expense deduction? Yes. How much? Well, first we have to minus that 3%. So we know their annual income, $14,256, minus the 3% that HUD says they should be able to afford towards their medical expenses is $427.68. So if we minus $427.68 from their total medical expenses of $2,000, we can take a medical deduction of $1,572.32. If a household is eligible for both the medical and the disability assistance expense deduction, you're only going to apply that 3% income test one time. And you're going to apply it to the disability assistance before the medical assistance. And you cannot use a medical expense and a disability expense the same thing as both categories. It's either one or the other. So let's go back to LJ. Remember, LJ had the disability expense deduction of $7,756. Because LJ is disabled, he was also eligible for the medical expense deduction. So he also has medical expenses in the amount of $1,500 that are not reimbursed by insurance. So LJ's disability expenses already have that 3% taken out. So all we have to do is add the total medical expenses to that. So he gets a total of $9,256 for his medical and disability expenses. The HUD 4350 has a great example of this 3% only being applied once. So we took the example right from 5-10. So the head of household is retired and disabled, receives Social Security and pension income at $16,000. The spouse is employed and has employment income of $4,000. The total annual income for this household is $20,000. They have disability assistance expense of $500 and a medical expense of $1,000. If we determine what 3% of $20,000, we would come up with $600. We have to always apply it to the disability expense first. So the disability, so HUD says you should be able to afford $600 in disability, in your disability and medical expenses. So $500 eats up all but $100 of that 3%. So they would get zero deduction for their disability assistance. But they can take out, they have $1,000 in medical expenses. That remaining $100 or that $600 would apply to that medical expense, and they would be eligible for a $900 medical expense deduction. So remember, when we're calculating rent from adjusted income, we're going to take that gross annual income minus any deductions, divide by 12 months. This will give us our monthly adjusted income. But remember, you have to calculate gross income for eligibility, but this adjusted income is just for those home and that tax credit assistance program repayment funds. If at recertification they exceed that 80% and go OI, the requirement is to do this. Once you do this, you're going to compare, that is your new rent limit minus utility allowance for your tenant rent. Make sure you're comparing that tenant rent to your other programs. So market, or if you have a housing tax credit, 60%, and you cannot charge over that. So just remember that when it comes to that. And if you do get in a situation where you have to adjust income and figure out this rent, please feel free to reach out to any of the compliance monitors, and we will be happy to assist you in any of these areas. Do we have any questions before we move on to lease requirements and compliance rules? We're going to talk about this, then we're going to talk about what happens during on-site review, and then we will be complete for the day.
There are no questions, Amy.
Okay, so it is 2:16. I do like to take a quick afternoon break, so let's take a break here. We're only going to do just a quick 10-minute break so we can come back, get this last two modules completed, and then be done with our day. So let's see, it's 2:16. We'll start back up at 2:26. I know it's a weird time, but let's just do a quick 10 minutes and be back at it. Okay, everybody, welcome back. I'm going to touch base with Renee. Are there any questions we need to address before we move forward? Or Wendy, is there anything that needs to be clarified that I missed during any of that?
I do not have any questions in the box.
Okay. Well, we're going to go ahead and go with lease requirements and compliance rules, and then we're going to talk about on-site monitoring. So, lease requirements. Tri-party leases are not allowed for your multifamily direct loan units. So for example, you cannot have a lease between another agency and you with your tenant and being involved. It has to be strictly between you and the tenant. The written lease between the household and the owner is required, so we cannot have any of these other agencies involved in the lease. And for a period not less than 1 year unless mutually agreed upon, so all your leases must be at least 1 year term unless you mutually agree upon a lesser term or longer term. There is no required format, but you cannot have prohibited lease provisions within your lease. You cannot evict for other than good cause. Your lease or lease addendum has to require that households report any changes to student status. You have to have the acknowledged tenants' rights and resource acknowledgement page from the Tenants' Rights and Resource Guide as part of your lease attachments. You must include your Violence Against Women Act lease addendum. And for any development built for occupancy prior to 1978, you must include a lead warning statement. Leases for your home, your TCAP RF, and your Neighborhood Stabilization Program, leases of the units by an organization that in turn rents those units to individual is not permissible. For developments with contracts dated on or after August 23rd, 2013. This is also applicable to any of your home match units. For multifamily direct loan developments for which the contract was executed on or after December 16, 2016, you must use the department's created VAWA lease addendum even for your home match units. So if you have a contract that was executed on or after December 16th, you have to use the department created Violence Against Women Act lease addendum. This addendum provides the ability for a tenant to terminate the lease without penalty if the department determines that that tenant qualifies for an emergency transfer, and within 3 calendar days of the tenant's request, the management and owner must notify TDHCA via email, and we have a special email for that at vawa.transfer@tdhca.state.tx.us. The lease provisions that cannot be inside of your lease. You cannot have agreement to be sued, treatment of property, excusing owner from responsibility, waiver of notice, waiver of legal proceedings, waiver of right to appeal court decisions, tenant chargeable with cost of legal actions regardless of income, or mandatory support services. Those cannot be within your leases. You still are required to do all of the reporting requirements in 10.607, which are the 4 parts of the annual owner compliance report, all of them due on April 30th for the previous calendar year. The first report is due the 2nd year after you receive your award. You have to do periodic unit status reports. They're due on the 10th day of January, April, July, and October. The first report is due after you begin leasing. And during notification of on-site monitoring review, you will have a due date identified in that notification of when you will have unit status reports and a questionnaire that will be due along with documents to be uploaded. Desk reviews are conducted for our multifamily direct loans programs, either quarterly or annually through the submission of those quarterly USRs. These are a little bit different than a monitoring review that is done remotely during COVID. That is how we are currently doing monitoring reviews, and we're going to talk about that in our next module. But these are actual desk reviews. These are called quarterly desk reviews, where we take a look at your current unit status report, and we do an assessment of rents, incomes, recertifications, special needs, those kind of things, your multifamily direct loan designations, and then we send you a letter to let you know the outcome of our desk reviews. There is no non-compliance cited, or there is non-compliance cited, but it is not non-compliance that requires a corrective action. It's just kind of, this was in your quarterly desk review. You need to address this and make sure that it has been corrected prior to an actual on-site review. So you need to make sure that the compliance monitoring and tracking system is updated per 10.609 with the property as it's known in the public and all contact information. If any of those things changes, you must make sure that CMTS is updated within 10 days of this change. Multifamily direct loan must initially sign up to access the compliance monitoring and tracking system, or CMTS, by September 1st following the year of the award. Floating units not layered with other department funds. So we're going to talk about transfers now. So remember, majority of our portfolio has floating units. So if you have floating units and with the multifamily direct loan programs, and they are not layered with other department funds, you can transfer that household anywhere within your development, regardless of the household's income at the most current certification. Those two units just swap statuses. You do not have to certify the household at the time of transfer. Matter of fact, you should not certify the household again at the time of transfer, because the certification date follows the household, not the unit. So the date they certified as initially certified on your development is the date that they will continue to hold as their certification date, no matter what unit they live in on your development. The recertification is due by the anniversary date of their original income certification. So again, if you do certify them again, you could definitely mess up your recertification requirement within that household. If the household transfers to a different unit type, then the development must make sure that you are maintaining that unit type as your LURA requires. Remember to make sure you're paying attention to that unit mix for your land use restriction agreement. So here we have a building. We have unit 111, which is a 30% low income. We have unit 112, which is a market. Unit 113, that was a 50% low income and is now vacant. Unit 114, which is over income at its last recertification. Unit 115, which is a 60% low income. And Unit 116, which is an 80% low income. Unit 114 would like to transfer to 113. Can they? Sure they can. They just swap statuses, and you'll see that Unit 113 keeps that move-in date of 2/5/2018, and now Unit 113 just becomes your OI household, and Unit 114 becomes your vacant household. And the next recertification for Unit 113 would have been due February 5th each year. So February 5th of 2019, February 5th of 2020. During our on-site monitoring review, we are going to check to make sure this unit mix is being met, and you will have non-compliance, like I was telling you earlier, for not having the exact number. And even though you might have more at the higher square footage, it doesn't balance it out. You have to have the exact number of units at the exact square footage. Affirmative marketing. This is another section of the compliance monitoring rules that moved over into the Fair Housing Division. And it's the same thing. You still have to complete affirmative marketing. You still are going to be monitored for it. It's just not going to happen during your on-site review. It will happen through the Fair Housing's divisions. They will randomly select and send out you a notice and all that stuff, but they will be doing the affirmative marketing reviews. Nothing has really changed. There's been a few updates to their rule versus our rule. You still have to affirmatively market, and you still have to do marketing outreach to your least likely to apply. You're still going to determine your least likely to apply in the same manner, where you take a look at the demographic composition of your development and compare it to your housing market area and select the least likely to apply populations. Once you select them, you're going to check those boxes on your affirmative marketing plan. Make sure you always select persons with disabilities. It is a requirement. And then you're going to conduct outreach marketing. And one of the changes that they did add is that outreach marketing must be completed at least once per calendar year. In the compliance monitoring rules, we really didn't have a written time frame of when we're looking for outreach marketing, but they have specified that at least once per calendar year, you complete this outreach marketing where you identify media and organizations in the areas where your least likely to apply populations live or work, and that you market your property to them and include the fair housing logo, contact information in English and Spanish, and who to contact if they need a reasonable accommodation to complete the application process. Your affirmative marketing efforts must begin 90 calendar days prior to your first building being placed in service or suitable for occupancy, ready for its intended use. And then every 5 years, you have to update your affirmative marketing plan. The only exception to affirmative marketing, having an affirmative marketing plan and a current affirmative marketing plan and outreach marketing efforts, is that your waiting list is closed. If your waiting list is not closed, then you're required to complete affirmative marketing annually. Now, your wait list being closed is all wait lists. So if you have a wait list for each bedroom size, if you have a wait list for each different set aside, you must make sure all wait lists are closed. Again, we already talked about this, but remember that if you are cited for violating your rent, or you must refund. You cannot credit the account. It must be refunded, and you must reduce the rent. And if the household is already vacated, you must establish a trust account. You must refund your public housing authority directly if the overcharged rent is being received by your Section 8 rental assistant. So that is it for the rules, for compliance monitoring rules. And next we're going to talk about what happens when we're on site, but I'll check in to see if we have any questions.
I do have a question. And this may be a Wendy question, I'm not sure. It says, in the Texas Apartment Association lease agreement, there is a class action waiver where the tenant initials stating they will not take any class action against the owner. Does this not fall under the lease prohibition of the agreement to be sued?
Yeah, that is definitely a Wendy question, or even one of our, or a question for legal. I'm not sure if Wendy wants to answer. Or
I would like to look at the TAA lease and the affordable addendum. So Sandra, I will, I have your email. I will follow up with you. But before I answer, I think it would be prudent for us to look at the document, and then we can answer that question. I'll try to do that before training's over.
Thank you. And if not, she will definitely reach out to you. So, and is that it, Renee, before we move forward?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now we're going to move forward with compliance monitoring. So what happens when we come out to do a review? We're going to talk about some COVID-19 monitoring guidance. So your uniform physical condition standards inspections have been postponed. However, mid-construction and final construction inspections are still being required, and final construction inspections may be modified to avoid entering occupied units, and a follow-up inspection may be conducted. So that is what's happening with our multifamily direct loan uniform physical condition standard inspection. Resident file reviews are going to continue. We are doing them through a desk review is what we're calling it, but it's really just, we're doing the same type of review just here at our desk. So it is still a monitoring review and will encompass all monitoring requirements for your multifamily direct loan. You will get a notification, so you will get one whether it's a COVID notification or a regular notification. So normally our notification lets you know that we're coming out to visit you. It will give you an approximate time, and it will give you a date and approximate time. We always ask that you be a little bit flexible with the time. The date is probably going to be the date, and I say probably, you're going to probably have to have some flexibility with that as well. And let me explain what I mean by that. Before we come out to monitor you, or before we send this notification, we have a whole list of properties that we are going to monitor in your area. And we have to make sure that we monitor all of those properties timely. We do our very best to anticipate how long we're going to be at a property, but things can change very quickly. I can get at a property and think I'm going to be there for 3 hours, and the files are very neat, very orderly, and I get through those files super quickly, a lot faster than I imagined. And they only have one program I have to monitor for, not layered funding. So I think I'm going to be there 3 hours, and I actually get done, and I'm only there 2 hours. So I'm an hour ahead of schedule. Well, I have to work a full day when I'm out on site. I don't get to say, yay, I get to be done an hour earlier. I have an hour before my next monitoring review. So I'm going to go shoe shopping, which I would love to do, but I'm not allowed to. So I would have to call my next property and let them know that I'm going to be an hour early. So I will always try to fit everybody in and do what I'm supposed to do. Now, also, the reverse can happen. I can be looking at my schedule and be looking at the property and looking at all the layers of funding and say, you know, I think this property is going to take me about 2 hours. And I can get out there and the property can take me 3.5 hours. And so now I'm late. And so I will definitely try to let you know. We definitely try to let you know if we're running early or late. If it's going to be extreme, we really try to give you a call. But please remember that if it's 10 minutes to when I'm supposed to leave and then I've got a half-hour drive and I got 5 files left in an exit interview, stopping to give you a call might add some more time to it. So I might just quickly be doing that before I give you a call. We will definitely call you, though, if we're going to be a whole day early or a whole day late. So sometimes you get bumped up a day. Sometimes we get in situations and we have to push you back a day. So just be a little bit flexible when we do start to come out and visit you again. We try our very best to keep our schedules as well as we intend, but there are always changes that happen to us. We let you know your due date. Nothing has changed with the COVID notification. We have a due date of documentation that we need submitted, pre-on-site documentation that we need submitted to us. And we have a list of documentation that we need you to submit. First, we need you to log into CMTS using your user ID and password. And once you log in, we need you to electronically submit your entrance interview questionnaire and your unit status report. While you're there, take a minute to review CMTS and see if you need to update any of that contact information or property information. Then you're going to select your unit status report and you're going to hit submit reports at the very top of the very top left-hand side of that page. Don't worry, this isn't meaning you're submitting the report yet. It's just going to take you to a list of all the unit status reports that have ever been due for your development. You're going to select the one for the most current on-site review, make sure it's updated, and then submit. Then the next question we get is, how do I find that entrance interview questionnaire? Scroll down. That unit status report box is large and could probably take up your whole computer screen. If you scroll down, you will see the entrance interview box. Again, you will be able to select the most current one for the most current on-site review. Please complete it and submit it. Then we're going to ask you to submit some documentations through the compliance monitoring and tracking system. And it's going to be your utility allowance documentations for the current year plus 2 years. So you're going to go into CMTS, you're going to hit that attachment system, and you're going to upload 3 years because we need the current year plus 2 years. If you don't see that we're requesting this in our notification, it might be that we already have all the documentation we need for that. Our on-site notification, when we schedule to come on-site, we really don't edit those. They are generated through CMTS. We just sign them and send them out. However, our COVID ones are they're form fillable, not through the compliance monitoring and tracking system. So we're able to edit out documents that we don't need. So if you do get a notification through COVID, it might not ask for your utility allowance submission. Don't worry, that means we already have it. But if we are asking for it, it means that we do not have a copy of it. If you have that CHOTO requirement, we are going to ask for evidence that they have met the requirements in the land use restriction agreement and that participation of that CHOTO. And so we are going to need you to submit a document, a narrative explaining how your CHOTO participates at your development and their roles. And on the day of the monitoring visit, we are going to need access to your files so that we can do a file review. So prior to coming out there, while we have you submit all the other documentation, is we do all of that background work. So we check your unit mix, we look at your unit status report, we look at your set-asides, we look at your utility allowances, we look at your CHOTO stuff, we look at all of that before we go out there. So that once we come onto your site, we only have to look at resident files and that is it. So that is why it is important that you submit your pre-on-site documentation to us so that we can get in and out of your office in a timely manner. During COVID, what we are doing is we will ask for your pre-on-site documentation. Once we have completed your pre-on-site documentation review, 7 days prior to the date of your file review, we will issue a notice to you with the resident files that we need uploaded into CMTS, and once those get uploaded, we will complete your file review. There will be a deadline for submitting those as well, so please pay attention about 7 days prior to your on-site review or your COVID review. Normally, when we're on-site, we do an exit interview. During COVID, we are not doing exit interviews, but when we are on-site, we do an exit interview. At that exit interview, we let you know any findings of noncompliance we have identified, and we give you technical assistance. The findings of noncompliance will require action on your part. The technical assistance does not require any action other than you might need to change, strengthen, or improve some of your management policies or techniques for qualifying households with that technical assistance to avoid any future noncompliance. After we have left the development, we will start working on our monitoring letter. We issue the monitoring letter with the monitoring findings report. If you have no findings, you will just get the monitoring letter that lets you know that no findings were identified during your monitoring review, and that review is considered closed. If you do have findings, you will have a corrective action period identified within your monitoring report that is 90 days long. You can extend that for an additional 90 days. If you want an extension, it has to be for a good reason. You need to get approval, and you need to send that request to compliance.extensionsrequest@tdhca.state.tx.us. In your request, make sure you identify why you need the extension and how long you need. Do you need the full 90 days? Do you just need another 30? Do you need 60? How many days do you need in that extension? Please make sure that you review your findings report that is attached to the monitoring letter. The monitoring letters are really just form fillable letters to let you know we've monitored and your corrective action date, but that findings report is not. It is taking your monitor a lot of time, and they really worked hard to explain why you have a finding, what the corrective action is required to fix that finding. So here's what your monitoring report will look like. Again, it will have the deadline, your corrective action due date. It will let you know what types of findings were reviewed. So in this review, there were 4 findings of noncompliance. That doesn't mean 4 total. It means there were 4 categories of noncompliance affecting several different units or property-wide. Also, any technical assistance that was discussed during the exit interview will be provided in writing. It'll also have a list of all the files that we reviewed. You will get your findings report. Again, it'll tell you the reason for the finding of noncompliance and the corrective action. It'll tell you the type of finding and the date of noncompliance. So here's what the timeline looks like for an on-site monitoring review. So we completed the monitoring review in February of 2018. On March 1st of 2018, the owner received their notice of noncompliance, or that monitoring report with the findings report attached. That triggered the 90-day corrective action period. You see, the 90 days did not start during the on-site review in February. It started once the owner was notified of noncompliance. The 90-day corrective action period would have ended in May 30th of 2018. The corrective action was reviewed and a response was issued on June 20th of 2018. If you submit corrective action and it is not fully sufficient to correct, so if you don't address a finding, you don't get this 10 days. If you don't respond at all, you don't get this additional 10 days. But if you respond to your monitoring report and the documentation submitted was just not sufficient to correct, it's missing something, you just need a signature, one document is gone, some pay stubs are gone, they might have gotten caught in the scan, we give you an additional 10 days. So the corrective action team will issue a response letting you know what was corrected and what remains uncorrected and what you need to submit in the next 10 days to fully correct this. At the end of the 10 days is when the end of your corrective action period is, and 45 days after that is our deadline and when we issue notice that all of the corrective action has either been corrected or not corrected. We can do this anytime within that 45 days, but we usually like to close it out within 45 days. If your compliance status, if in the compliance status system, if your non-compliance is corrected, then it is corrected during the corrective action period, you're good. If it is corrected outside of the corrective action period, which includes those 10 days and any extensions, then it is considered, and it is not corrected, it is considered in future funding decisions. If it's not corrected at all, it is considered in future funding decisions. So when your owner or developer applies for additional multifamily direct loan funding, they go through a previous participation review. And during that previous participation review, each division within the department has reports that they have to report to the board to decide if this owner is going to receive additional funding or not. And the compliance division, our report is done in the compliance status system. All issues of noncompliance are reported in the compliance status system, and if it is corrected during the corrective action period, then it is fine. If it is not, it is considered in future funding decisions. It is not the only consideration, but it is part of the consideration for future funding decisions. So what happens if you don't agree with your monitor on some of the issues of noncompliance that were cited? The first step is to contact the monitor directly and just talk it over with them and find out where they are, what they were thinking and what you're thinking and what you see and what they see. And you usually can come across a pretty good agreement. Either you're going to agree with what the monitor is seeing and move forward and try to correct it and understand what you have to do to correct it, or the monitor is going to say, you know what, that's right, I didn't see this document, or this is, I calculated this using 52 and it should have been 26, or whatever it is. But definitely contact the monitor directly. If you and the monitor cannot agree on whether this is or is not a finding, then we will talk to Wendy Quackenbush, who is the Director of Compliance Monitoring, and she will take a review of all of the documents and see what her finding is on that. If you still don't agree, or we can't decide, yeah, we see what you're saying, but we really think this might still be a finding, and it has to do with income assets, inclusions and exclusions of income assets, we will usually reach out to the National Center of Housing Management, or NHTF, to ask them about income inclusions and exclusions and asset inclusions and exclusions. Also, if they're specific to home-specific program concerns, we can reach out to Housing and Urban Development and ask for guidance from them. Don't forget your annual owner compliance report. However, that is way past it, but we did extend it to July 15th. If you haven't done it by now, you've probably already been notified of noncompliance. So, thank you all for joining us today, and thank you for all of your hard work on managing, owning, and making sure you have eligible tenants in your multifamily direct loan program. I think Wendy and Renee and I will stay on for just a few minutes to see if there's any last minute questions that come in. Otherwise, you're free to go ahead and end the meeting. Please remember there is a recording of this, and it will be uploaded to our YouTube channel for future references. Thank you again for joining us all today.
Hey, Amy.
Yes.
The majority of the attendees have left. There's about
Okay.
19, well, 16 plus us, the three of us.
I think we can go ahead and end then.
Okay.
Thank you, Renee. Bye, Wendy.
Thank you.